Chapter 462. Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes at the white-faced young man in front of him and coldly snorted, not bothering to tangle with him. His figure flickered as he tried to bypass this young man. At this time, the most important thing was to snatch the artifact. However, the other party was unwilling to let him go, stepping forward and blocking his path again. Dong Qinghan chuckled, his expression indifferent, but the aura around his body gradually became dangerous. Since you're Yang Kai's ally, don't even think about passing through here. The young man raised his head slightly, his attitude becoming somewhat arrogant. I was wondering who it was, so it was the Lu family's young master. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The young man in front of him was none other than Lu Song, who had brought people and supplies to Yang Kai's mansion to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, this young man's eyesight was quite poor, and after being instigated by Qiu Yiming, he had angered Yang Kai and was driven out. As a result, he had been beaten by Huixing and the others. After that incident, Lu Song naturally hated Yang Kai. After recovering from his injuries in War City, he immediately sought out Yang Kai as his backer, determined to drive Yang Kai out of War City. Among all the young lords participating in the inheritance war, there were three who hated Yang Kai very much. One was Xiang Chu of the Xiang family, one was Nan Sheng of the Nan family, and the last one was Lu Song. These three, for various reasons, were eager to see Yang Kai die without a burial. When they were fighting for the artifact just now, the cultivator of these three families had specifically targeted the people in Yang Kai's camp. Lu Song sneered, "Young Master Dong, I have no grievances with you, but you choosing to help Yang Kai makes me unhappy. This young master is unhappy, so don't think you'll be happy either. I advise you to leave Yang Kai as soon as possible, lest you bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. Go ahead and try." Dong Qinghan knew that Lu Song wanted to delay him here, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. After saying so, his fat body leisurely moved, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Fast, fierce, and straightforward. The wind and cloud dual guards stood guard, not leaving his side. Lu Song's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Want to leave? No way. Stop them." Lu Song was also accompanied by two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage masters, all of them heading towards the wind and cloud dual guards. Meanwhile, Lu Song's arms suddenly released countless rays of black light. His expression turned ferocious. These black rays of light emitted an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Traces of cold energy poured into the palm of his hand, and his aura was like a rainbow. In an instant, two pitch-black energy balls the size of wash basins appeared in his palms. They were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand. The two energy balls crisscrossed, drawing a zigzag arc through the air as they flew towards Dong Qinghan. Although Lu Song did not have good eyesight, but in any case, he was still the young master of a first-class family. After so many years of cultivation, he would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. He was at the 7th level of Yuan Qi state. Coupled with this attack from an artifact, it was enough to make many people anxious. Once enveloped by this move, it was as if one had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape. Dong Qinghan's cultivation was higher than Lu Song's, but with the support of the artifacts of both sides, he was able to easily defeat Lu Song. The gap between their cultivations was negligible. If they really fought, even if Dong Qinghan could win against Lu Song, it would take a lot of time. Right now, the one thing he couldn't afford to waste was time. Looking at the two balls of energy that were heading towards him, Fatty Dong took a deep breath. Under this breath, his slightly bloated body shrunk slightly, and he suddenly became spirited and handsome. With a stern expression on his face, he let out a light shout. An explosive sound that was like spring thunder suddenly rang out, and rays of wind blades that were like crescent moons suddenly appeared, greeting the two balls of energy. The two violent energy balls collided and dissipated. Lu Song's face showed a trace of astonishment, but before he could react, Dong Qinghan had already flashed past him like a bolt of lightning. His not-so-fat body was now wrapped in the power of wind, the mysteries of the wind, increasing his speed to the limit. No one knew that Dong Qinghan cultivated a wind attribute secret art. The first impression that this kind of obese person gave others was that it was difficult for them to move, But Dong Qinghan at this moment was extremely agile, like a monkey flying through a mountain forest. By the time they recovered, it was already too late to stop him. However, after being delayed by Lu Song, the mysterious artifact had now fallen into the hands of another cultivator. Fortunately, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage young master. Dong Qinghan didn't know which young master he was, but after a series of fierce attacks from Dong Qinghan, he had been knocked unconscious. After realizing that although he was in the same realm as his opponent, he was not his opponent, this cultivator's heart sank and he directly threw out the soul-type artifact. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction he threw it was towards the crowd of onlookers. Lu Song laughed as he turned around and chased after the artifact. Fatty Dong glared hatefully at that person. He didn't have time to continue to tangle with him and hurriedly retreated. The artifact left a trail of light in the air and gradually fell over the crowd of onlookers. After several previous experiences, how could these onlookers dare to touch this artifact again? They quickly scattered, not even willing to touch it. Only one man and 2 women remained in place. A young man in his late 20s and a pair of beautiful twin sisters stared at the artifact flying towards them in amazement, all of them smiling bitterly in their hearts. Judging from the trajectory of this artifact, if it was not intercepted midway, it would definitely fall over the heads of these 3 people, most likely smashing into them. The 3 people hesitated for a moment, but none of them chose to leave like the others. Soon, the artifact fell, and sure enough, right above their heads, one of the beautiful twin sisters reached out and caught it. "Aren't you a little too bold?" the young man shouted, his face suddenly turning pale. Just now, those who had tried to get their hands on the secret treasure had all been silently killed. Even if he didn't dodge, he couldn't catch it. The onlookers also showed a look of regret. These 2 sisters were enchanting and charming, young and beautiful. If they were really killed because of this, it would be too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. This bold action was also noticed by Lu Song and Dong Qinghan. Lu Song, who had arrived first, laughed wildly and stretched out his hand. "Girl, give it to me, or you'll die." Dong Qinghan's expression became cold. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. The onlookers didn't care whether you were from the Dong family or the Lu family. In order to avoid being killed, they would naturally choose to give this artifact to the one who arrived first. If this artifact was really taken by Lu Song, it would be very difficult to get it back. Sure enough, the young woman glanced at Lu Song and smiled. Good. Her extremely charming smile had a natural charm to it, causing Lu Song's eyes to widen. At this critical moment, he couldn't help feeling his blood boil. While he was lost in thought, the young woman threw the artifact in her hand. Its speed like a meteor, directly passing over Lu Song's head and flying towards Dong Qinghan. Dong Dang Dong, who was anxious, was caught off guard and was almost hit by this flying object. Instinctively reaching out and grabbing the artifact, he couldn't help glancing over at the woman in front of him in astonishment, immediately frowning. He felt like he had seen this young woman somewhere before. Lu Song's face suddenly turned gloomy. His big hand stretched out in the air, but he didn't manage to grab a single hair. This awkward posture made him a little angry, and he shouted, "You're courting death." The yuan qi in his body suddenly surged as he reached out to grab the young woman, his face filled with murderous intent, showing no mercy. However, the young woman's face remained calm as she lightly sent out a palm strike. With a single palm strike, the weather changed. A mysterious energy interweaved into an airtight barrier. Not only did it neutralize Lu Song's killing move, it even sent him tumbling through the air a few times, leaving him in a sorry state. Exclamations rang out as Dong Qinghan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected that this somewhat charming and delicate-looking young woman would actually possess such strength. At such a young age, she was able to repel a first-class family's young lord with a single strike. This kind of skill was not something just anyone could possess. Humph! The young woman's face showed a look of disdain and disgust as she snorted, turning around and dodging into the crowd, the other young woman and the young man also helplessly following. Lu Song's heart trembled, not even bothering to find fault with this young woman. In a confrontation with Dong Qinghan, even if he was at a disadvantage, He should not have been so powerless, but this young woman was obviously not an ordinary person. She was stronger than both him and Dong Qinghan. His expression complex, Lu Song's face alternated between blue and red as the yuan qi in his body became extremely unstable. In a fight with a first-class family's young lord, his skills were not as good as his opponents, but now he couldn't even compare to a nobody. Naturally, he felt like his face had been damaged. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Song was about to order his subordinates to capture this young woman and torture her, but she had already disappeared, causing Lu Song to feel a sense of powerlessness, as if he had just punched a ball of cotton. Lu Song, this artifact, this young master kindly accepts it. Dong Qinghan waved the soul-type artifact in his hand, a smug look on his face. The wind and cloud dual guards no longer entangled with the other two masters and immediately returned to Dong Qinghan's side. Just you wait. Lu Song cursed. Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he said, "Young Master Lu, I advise you to leave the central capital, otherwise you'll die sooner or later. Those who offend my cousin don't have a good end. Then we'll see whether he dies first or I die first." Lu Song didn't appreciate this kind of advice. Dong Qinghan shook his head slightly, no longer bothering with this young man's nonsense, turning around and flying back to Yang Kai's side. The battle here was only a small corner of the entire battlefield, so the powerful performance of the mysterious woman was only seen by a small number of people, but under the intense focus of the battle, she was quickly forgotten. Only Dong Qinghan's brow furrowed as he flew back, unable to remember where he had seen this pair of twin sisters before. In his memory, he seemed to remember them, but when he looked at them, he didn't recognize them, causing Dong Qinghan to feel a little confused. What he was more concerned about was the strength of the woman who had attacked him. She was actually stronger than him. The appearance of the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts had stimulated all the cultivators' blood to rush to their heads. Up until now, only a few of these artifacts had been determined, the rest were still being fought over. Once someone obtained an artifact, they would be targeted by countless people and would have no choice but to give it up to divert the enemy's attention. Saving one's life was more important, so these artifacts were changing owners at an incredible speed. Chapter 463. Everyone's eyes and minds were attracted by the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts, except for the 6 Yang family young lords. Since the beginning of the artifact-snatching battle, none of them had moved. All of their followers had been dispatched one by one, and now each of them only had a single blood warrior left to guard them. All 6 of them were vigilant against each other, secretly observing each other's movements. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao didn't look anxious, but Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying were somewhat anxious. When one of the cultivators on their side lost in the artifact snatching, they would sigh and sigh, but when they managed to snatch a good grade artifact, they would smile happily. However, no matter who it was, all of them were quietly waiting for the appearance of a mysterious grade artifact, and they all knew that it was about to appear. Suddenly, several thousand meters high in the sky, a few faint star-like lights flickered. When these lights lit up, an extraordinary energy fluctuation was transmitted over at the same time. Everyone's attention was drawn by these energy fluctuations, and they couldn't help but look up. The lights became brighter and brighter as they approached the ground at an incredible speed, like meteors falling from the sky, leaving behind a trail of colorful light. The eyes of the 6 brothers all lit up as their hearts filled with excitement. A mysterious grade artifact had finally appeared, and there were 8 of them at once. This was the finale of the artifact snatching battle, and the 8 most precious artifacts. Mysterious grade was the highest grade in this world, whether it was artifacts or pills. Mysterious grade pills were constantly being refined. Mysterious grade artifacts were even more difficult to refine, so almost every mysterious grade artifact could become a first-class forces family heirloom. Taking out 8 mysterious grade artifacts in one go, only the central capital's 8 great families had such a heritage. Soon, the 8 mysterious grade artifacts that fell from the sky had fallen to a height of 1,000 meters from the ground and were still approaching at an even faster speed. Whether it was the onlookers or the cultivators who were in the midst of snatching these artifacts, all of them felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. They all felt a deathly aura pressing down from the sky. This aura was like the omen that the world was about to be destroyed, causing them to tremble in fear. "Run!" someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately flew away. Starting from the third batch, all the artifacts had been tampered with in advance in order to steal them. First, he would have to withstand the attack from the artifact. These 8 mysterious great artifacts were presumably the same. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage master would find it difficult to withstand an attack from a mysterious great artifact, let alone these bystanders. Cries of alarm rang out, and the crowd immediately fled in panic like stray dogs, using their movement techniques to avoid Pajing Lake. Not only them, but even the cultivator who was fighting for the treasure also hurriedly dodged, wanting to avoid the sharp edge. The 6 young brothers didn't move. They just stared at the light in the sky. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. 800 zhong, 700 zhong. At this distance, the embryonic forms of the 8 artifacts could be clearly seen, all of them different shapes and sizes. If Yang Kai didn't study them carefully, he wouldn't know what these artifacts were used for. Yang Kai released his powerful divine sense and swept it over the 8 artifacts, quickly becoming interested in one particular mirror. This mirror gave off a mysterious and obscure energy fluctuation and was extremely cold, so it should be an ice attribute artifact. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, he could still feel that this mirror might be more powerful than the other artifacts. 500 zhong. As if they had reached an agreement, the 6 young brothers, who hadn't moved until now, flew up into the sky at the same time, scrambling to meet the 8 artifacts head-on. As they flew, the 6 of them exchanged glances, confirming each other's goals. Obviously, none of them wanted to start a dispute right off the bat. There were a total of 8 artifacts, so if they were divided evenly, each of them would get at least one. As for the remaining 2, they would need to compete for them. What made Yang Kai feel fortunate was that none of his brothers seemed to have the same goal as him. Now that the role of these mysterious great artifacts was unknown, everyone naturally had the intention to grab as many as they could and avoid fighting as much as possible. One above and one below, the distance between the 6 brothers and the 8 artifacts rapidly narrowed. Everyone's yuan qi surged fiercely, and the 6 blood warriors who followed the 6 brothers also condensed their own strength. In the blink of an eye, the 12 blood warriors collided with the 8 artifacts. The speed of the 6 blood warriors suddenly increased, rushing ahead of the young lords and circulating their yuan qi to protect themselves, each of them using their own methods to grab the artifacts. The energy eruption of these mysterious great artifacts was not something the 6 brothers could withstand with their current strength. Only the blood warriors could resist or avoid the attacks of these artifacts before they could snatch them. The brilliance was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. A ferocious energy erupted in an instant. 6 muffled groans sounded at the same time, and from the brilliance of this light, there seemed to be a profound and mysterious pattern. Asterisk schwa schwa asterisk the remaining 2 artifacts that no one cared about fell to the ground. The 6 blood warriors stared at them with burning eyes, but none of them dared to act rashly. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to touch the barriers of these mysterious great artifacts. However, under the gazes of the 6 blood warriors, a tall figure flew up to meet one of the 2 artifacts. This person seemed to have flown up after the 6 brothers. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, "Fuck, Lu Qingyao." This newcomer was none other than the Central Capital's first young lord. Like the 6 young family young lords, he had not taken any action before, but when the mysterious great artifacts appeared, he finally moved. What's more, he also had the same goal as the Yang family young lords, eyeing one of the artifacts. Courting death. Yang Shun coldly snorted. How could a mysterious great artifact's barrier be so easily triggered? No matter how strong Lu Qingyao was, he was still just an immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Once he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, Lu Qingyao didn't seem to panic at all. Yuan Qi fiercely pushed his hand, and the robe he was wearing suddenly lit up. On this robe, there was a large river, a crescent moon, and a lifelike fish swimming in it. The river began to flow, rolling waves and rolling rocks, forming an airtight water curtain that wrapped around Lu Qingyao's body. The crescent moon suddenly shot out thousands of rays of light towards the mysterious grade artifact, while the seemingly inconspicuous fish suddenly transformed into a flood dragon, opening its bloody maw and releasing a monstrous momentum. Water Moon Blue Wave Armor. Yang Zhao exclaimed, apparently recognizing this artifact armor. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had never heard of this Water Moon Blue Wave armor before, Lu Qingyao daring to snatch a mysterious grade artifact by himself was definitely relying on it. This artifact armor was both offensive and defensive, so it was also a mysterious grade artifact. Lu Qingyao was the central capital's first young lord and was from the Lu family, so it was reasonable for him to possess a mysterious grade artifact. In an instant, the flood dragon and the thousands of rays of light struck the mysterious grade artifact, immediately activating its barrier and causing countless golden rays to flash out, covering the thousands of rays of light in a flash. The flood dragon struggled for a while, but was unable to resist the power of the golden rays and suddenly dissipated. Lu Qingyao took this opportunity to grab the artifact in his hand, the countless rays of golden light striking his body, causing the water curtain around his body to fluctuate violently. Yang Kong and the others were secretly shocked, but all of them were praying in their hearts that Lu Qingyao would be directly killed. However, to their disappointment, after the golden rays of light completely disappeared, they still couldn't harm Lu Qingyao. On the other hand, the central capital's first young lord wore an indifferent expression as he continued to hold onto the artifact. Just when everyone thought he had succeeded, Lu Qingyao's expression suddenly changed as his eyes bulged. From this artifact, a burst of blue energy suddenly shot out and wrapped around Lu Qingyao's body like ribbons, instantly wrapping around him several times. This blue energy was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Even the Water Moon Blue Wave armor was unable to stop it. Stop! Lu Qingyao roared, the water curtain around his body fiercely spreading outwards, finally slowing down the speed at which the blue energy wrapped around him. The 6 Yang family young lords were all bewildered as they watched the situation unfold. But soon, Yang Wei reacted, his face paling as he turned to the blood warriors who were resisting the attack of the artifact and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. Lu Qingyao had already relied on his artifact to block the attack and seize it. So how could the 6 blood warriors not do the same? They didn't have a mysterious great artifact, but they did have profound cultivation and strength. The 6 blood warriors had already grabbed the artifacts their respective young lords wanted. So when Yang Wei shouted these words, the same blue energy burst out from the 6 artifacts and bound the 6 blood warriors. As soon as they saw these blue streaks of energy, the 6 blood warriors' expressions changed greatly. Obviously, they knew what these blue streaks of energy were, so without even thinking about it, they immediately scattered. However, these ribbon-like blue streaks of energy continued to chase after them, even faster than they were able to escape. None of them managed to escape, all of them being tied up tightly. Unlike ordinary ropes, these blue energy ribbons, after binding the 6 blood warriors, immediately merged into their bodies and disappeared, not affecting their freedom or movement. Separated by some distance, the 6 blood warriors glanced at each other, all of them wearing gloomy expressions. "We got caught," Tu Feng muttered. Everyone else gnashed their teeth. "Too insidious." Ingju didn't say a word and quickly rushed to Yang Kai's side, handed the mirror-like artifact he had snatched to Yang Kai, and flew off without looking back. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. Although he didn't find any injuries, the current Ingju was very different from his usual self. Now, he gave off the feeling of a tiger with its fangs pulled out, no threat at all. Not only was Ingju like this, but the other blood warriors were also the same, all of them handing over their artifacts to their respective young lords and leaving immediately. "What happened?" Yang Kong muttered, holding a ring artifact in his hand, somewhat puzzled. "Big brother, if it's convenient, can you tell us about it?" Yang Zhao looked at Yang Wei with a smile. Chapter 464. Just now, Yang Wei had obviously seen some clues, so he had ordered the blood warriors to retreat immediately, but it was still too late. Yang Wei definitely knew the mystery behind this. Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent, not intending to tell him the truth. But when he turned his head and saw Lu Qingyao, who was still entangled by the blue energy and unable to move, he frowned and nodded. Revealing this information wasn't a big deal, not to mention, even if he didn't say anything, as long as these people went back and asked the Blood Warriors, they would understand. Although Lu Qingyao relied on the power of his water moon blue wave armor to block the blue energy from corroding his body, he was unable to resolve this strange attack for a while. Seeing Yang Wei nod, he couldn't help turning his eyes to him and listening carefully. My Yang family has 4 supreme elders, all of whom are above immortal ascension boundary masters. Including the patriarch, there are a total of 5. Yang Wei said indifferently, the other 7 families are roughly the same. However, these above immortal ascension boundary masters are all old men who usually don't fight with others. Even during the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, only 1 or 2 were dispatched. One of them is renowned throughout the world for his sealing technique. He is the Grand Elder of the Blood Warrior Hall. Huang Zhuzhou. Yang Zhao was surprised. Of the Yang family's supreme elders, only one was from the Blood Warrior Hall. When he was young, he was also a blood warrior of the Yang family, but after making great contributions to the Yang family, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary and reach the peak of the martial Tao and was granted the title of Supreme Elder. There was no one in the Yang family who didn't know his name, including all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall. All of them took him as an example to improve themselves, hoping that one day they could also reach the same height as Huang Zhuzhou. Yang Wei nodded, reaching out and pointing to Lu Qingyao. These methods were created by him. The Qi binding seal has sealed Yuan Qi in his meridians. He can't use it at all. So it was him who did this. Yang Zhao suddenly realized, a look of horror appearing on his face. Then our blood warriors. Their quintessential essence has also been sealed, although they can break the quintessential essence binding seal with their strength. However, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for them to do so. Yang Wei explained softly. The faces of the Yang family members turned ugly. Originally, each person only had 2 blood warriors around them, one responsible for guarding them. One of them was responsible for guarding the flag, and now, one of them had been crippled by Huang Zhuzhou. In the future, whether it was attacking or defending, the strength that they could use would be reduced. Thinking of this, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Only Yang Kai had 3 blood warriors under his command, so he could afford such a loss. The reason why Huang Zhuzhou had planted Qi binding seals in the 8 mysterious great artifacts was obviously arranged by the Yang family. This was also a means to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Without the 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the situation was much clearer than before. Serves you right. Yang Kong glanced over at Lu Qingyao, who was still struggling with the Qi binding seal midair. A gloating look appearing on his face. Young Lord Lu, my Yang family's blood warriors can't even block the Qi binding seal. I think you'd better accept your fate and obediently hand over the artifact in your hand. If you do, we won't pursue this matter any further. Lu Qingyao's expression remained indifferent as he simply snorted and ignored these words. Yang Kong suddenly became a little annoyed. Coldly shouting, he shouted, Lu Qingyao, don't be so shameless. This artifact snatching battle is my Yang family's business. Why are you meddling in it? Mysterious great artifact, I also want it. Lu Qingyao finally spoke, his tone neither hot nor cold, not showing the slightest sign of panic because he was trapped. There weren't many mysterious great artifacts, so the Yang family being able to take out so many this time was obviously a big price to pay. It was very likely that these 8 artifacts were contributed by each of the 8 great families. Otherwise, how could the numbers be so coincidental? Lu Qingyao being tempted by a mysterious great artifact and participating in the fight for it was understandable. This explained why he had come here this time. But no one had expected that among the 8 artifacts that appeared at the end, not only were there fierce seals hidden, but also Huang Zhuzhou's Qi binding seal. Using both methods at once, all the blood warriors had fallen victim to it. Since you say so, don't blame this brother for being impolite. Yang Kong sneered, tilting his head and glancing around. Why don't we grab the artifact in young Lord Lu's hand first? The seal and chi binding seal on that artifact had been triggered, so obviously it could be used immediately. As for the remaining artifact, it had fallen into Pajing Lake and couldn't be found for the time being. Yang Kang's proposal greatly excited Yang Shun and Yang Ying, both of whom were eager to try. When Lu Qingyao was at his peak, they didn't dare have any ideas about him, but now, he was already struggling to resist the erosion of the qi binding seal, so how could he have any strength left to fight with others? Yang Wei didn't say anything, but Yang Zhao just smiled, no one knowing what he was thinking. Yang Kong was too embarrassed to ask either of them, so he could only turn to Yang Kai and ask, "Ninth brother, say something?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you wish." "Ninth brother." Yang Kang's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Although we're all opponents, you should give fifth brother some face. The things he snatched should have been ours." Yang Kai didn't deny this and simply said, "If I want something, I'll snatch it myself." "Good." Yang Kong sneered, no longer bothering, instead turning to Lu Qingyao and saying, "Young Lord Lu, don't struggle, it's useless." Lu Qingyao snorted, his yuan qi suddenly surging violently, the water moon blue wave armor on his body also flickering, the river, fish, and crescent moon patterns gradually becoming illusory. Yang Kong and the others' expressions changed drastically as they roared, "Lu Qingyao, are you crazy? That's a mysterious grade artifact." Lu Qingyao didn't speak and continued to push his yuan qi. *Pa. The river pattern on the water moon blue wave armor suddenly burst, and with the disappearance of the river, the qi binding seal suddenly dimmed. *Pa. The crescent moon also disappeared, and the qi binding seal dimmed greatly again. *Pa. The fish shattered, and the blue vitality binding seal was like a broken mirror, exploding with a loud bang. The water moon blue wave armor on Lu Qingyao's body also turned to ash and fell apart. The floating fluorescent light in the sky gradually dimmed. A mysterious grade artifact had just died of old age. Lu Qingyao was like a tiger that had just been released from its cage, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, he shouted, "A trivial qi binding seal wants to imprison me. Lu Qingyao, your young family is looking down on me too much." Yang Kong and the others' eyes trembled violently as they stared at the central capital's first young lord in disbelief, slowly shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed as he secretly admired Lu Qingyao. It seemed that Lu Qingyao was a man of unyielding character, one who would rather break than bend. The 6 blood warriors couldn't do anything about the qi binding seal, not because they weren't strong enough, but because they didn't have Lu Qingyao's heritage. Lu Qingyao had clearly sacrificed his water moon blue wave armor in order to shatter the shackles of the qi binding seal. This price was not small. Moreover, not every artifact had such a function. The water moon blue wave armor obviously had this ability. "Do you want to fight one-on-one, or all together?" Lu Qingyao, will accept." Lu Qingyao stared at the 6 people scattered around him with a proud expression. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became awkward. Just now he hadn't taken Lu Qingyao seriously, but now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, how could he dare take the lead? If he was really defeated here by Lu Qingyao, he would lose all face. Yang Shun and Yang Ying also wore ugly expressions as they stared at Yang Wei, hoping he would say something. Lu Qingyao had already spoken, so if the brothers didn't respond, the Yang family would lose face. If word of this spread, the world would think the Yang family's younger generation were all soft persimmons. "The artifact is right here." Lu Qingyao held the artifact he had just snatched and sneered, "If any of you can withstand 3 of this Lu's moves, this Lu will personally offer this artifact to you." This repeated provocation caused all the Yang family young lords to wear gloomy expressions. Even Yang Zhao, the most shrewd of them all, couldn't help showing signs of anger. Brothers fighting to the death was still an internal struggle, but this Lu Qingyao was taking advantage of them and continuously spouting arrogant words. How could Yang Zhao tolerate this? However, among all the people present, the strongest was only Yang Wei, an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. He had fought with Lu Qingyao before, so he should know some of his details. Now that even he didn't dare to casually accept Lu Qingyao's challenge, how could the others dare? Everyone felt extremely embarrassed. especially since they were all from the Central Capital's first Yang family. Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, knowing that this stalemate wasn't a solution. Lu Qingyao had already spoken. If no one accepted this challenge now, it would only make the spectators below look down on the Yang family. Just as he was about to accept this challenge and use his own embarrassment to resolve the damage to the Yang family's reputation, Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a step forward, saying casually, "Anyone can withstand 3 of your moves?" Lu Qingyao frowned, seemingly not having expected that the first to answer would be Yang Kai, nodding firmly, "Yes. If I can withstand 3 of your moves, the artifact will be mine." "Yes. Then it's a deal. I'll give it a try." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wei quickly said, "Ninth brother, don't be impulsive." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Big brother, just watch. In fact, our Yang family isn't so easily bullied." Yang Wei's expression was dull. Yang Zhao and the others were also stunned, some of them not understanding where Yang Kai's confidence came from. Although they had fought several times in the past and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength wasn't weak, this time, his opponent was not an ordinary person. This was the Central Capital's first master. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had lost his mind in anger. Yuan Qi's 8th stage strength against an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. With such a big gap, there was no hope of victory. They also didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on. He had just obtained a mysterious great artifact, so if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Chapter 465. Not only were the Yang family masters surprised, but even the cultivator crowd below also showed shocked looks, all of them staring up at the sky, holding their breaths as they waited silently. The actions of the 6 Yang family masters were the focus of everyone's attention, so the scene just now was naturally imprinted in everyone's eyes. Up in the air, Yang Wei was a little worried, wondering where his 9th brother's confidence came from. Although he had some speculations in his heart that Yang Kai was mysterious and powerful, in the end, that was just speculation. Just now, when he was arguing with Lu Qingyao, he had only secretly placed his hopes on Yang Kai. His 9th brother, if he grew up, would definitely be qualified to compete with Lu Qingyao, but now, it was too early, not yet the time. Yang Kong and the others were stunned for a moment, but after a moment of silence, they all chuckled, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Although they and Yang Kai were brothers, they were now also opponents, so naturally they hoped he would be defeated and humiliated by Lu Qingyao and lose his reputation. Yang Kai had been in the limelight for too long, so now it was time for him to suffer a blow. "Is this guy crazy?" From the crowd, some mocking and incomprehensible voices rang out. Daring to accept a challenge from the Central Capital's first master, the Yang family's direct descendants are really rampant. What do you know? In this situation, whether he accepts or not, the Yang family's face will be lost in the end. Forcing a duck onto a perch, the Yang family has to at least show some face. Even if they lose, the Yang family will have an excuse to say it's not that the Yang family is inferior to the Lu family, it's just that there is a gap in age. Some self-proclaimed smart and shrewd cultivators pointed out the mystery of this situation, causing many people to suddenly realize something. Others nodded in agreement. However, there were also some people who were quietly watching Yang Kai to see if he had some kind of earth-shattering method up his sleeve. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Daring to speak such arrogant words in front of the Central Capital's first master, either he had a mental problem or he had real ability. Yang Kai was obviously not the first. For a time, everyone's eyes converged on a single person. The cultivator from the 6 camps who was fighting for the heaven-grade artifact no longer paid any attention to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not make any unusual movements. Standing in midair, Yang Kai stared down at Lu Qingyao, stretching out his hand and motioning, "Young Lord Lu, please." Lu Qingyao couldn't help but frown, his arrogant face showing a displeased look as he snorted, "I'd like to see how you plan to block 3 of my moves." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying divine sense power erupted with a bang. This spiritual energy was filled with a destructive and domineering aura. It spread out in an instant like a spear piercing through the sky. It was enough to tear apart anyone's defense and destroy everyone's will. When this spiritual energy burst out, Lu Qingyao was like a sleeping dragon awakening from its slumber. It brought destruction to the world. The soul-type artifacts on the Yang family members instantly flashed fiercely, and an invisible force emerged from their bodies, blocking the aftermath of Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack. Everyone's expression changed, and Yang Wei's expression became even more dignified. The last time he fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei's expression had changed. Although he had been defeated, it hadn't been very miserable, but now it seemed that Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength at that time. No wonder he dared to boast about 3 moves. Even if Yang Wei had now broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage, it would still be difficult for him to block 3 of Lu Qingyao's moves. This guy was different from the other Yang family young lords. All of the artifacts he wore were mysterious grade artifacts. With the support of these high-grade artifacts, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivation had increased by several levels. Asterisk wong wong wong. Asterisk a strange sound came from the void. When this sound entered people's ears, it immediately gave people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It seemed that even the sky couldn't withstand such a divine sense attack and was about to collapse. What a powerful spiritual energy! Among the crowd, the masters couldn't help exclaiming. Those with weaker strength even wore pained expressions under the violent energy fluctuations. They suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, making them feel like they were kneeling on the ground. "Ninth brother, be careful," Yang Wei shouted as he hurriedly retreated, avoiding the center of the spiritual energy impact. Yang Zhao and the others also quickly retreated, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so and glancing over. Fierce. At the center of this spiritual energy vortex, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help praising. Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack, even if it was supported by a mysterious grade artifact, required a certain level of foundation. Lu Qingyao's strength was truly unfathomable. Yang Kai estimated that the strength of Lu Qingyao's divine sense was not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage master. Lu Qingyao's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at Yang Kai. Using his divine sense attack in his first move, he obviously wasn't going to give Yang Kai a chance to exchange 3 moves. He thought that Yang Kai was the youngest here, so even if he lost, it wouldn't be too shameful, so he wanted to defeat Yang Kai in 1 move without mercy. But soon, Lu Qingyao's eyes trembled. His divine sense attack had actually not affected his opponent in the slightest. Even Yang Wei and the others had to retreat 1,000 meters away to observe. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the spiritual energy explosion, didn't show the slightest expression of discomfort, instead filled with a strong fighting spirit. In a flash, the terrifying spiritual energy dissipated and Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. The last thing he feared was divine sense attacks. Heavens, how is that possible? How could he be safe and sound? Did I see wrongly? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. An Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator has an absolute advantage over a Yuan Qi cultivator. Could it be that the youngest young lord of the Yang family is also wearing a high-grade soul defensive artifact? The crowd who had been watching the fun began shouting, some of them unable to accept such a result. When Lu Qingyao released his terrifying spiritual energy, everyone thought that the dust had settled and that Yang Kai would definitely be seriously injured and pay the price for his arrogance. But now that the result had appeared, they suddenly found it difficult to accept. Even if he had a soul-type artifact, his defense shouldn't have been so watertight, right? They hadn't even seen Yang Kai's soul-type artifact react. It was as if he had relied on his own body to withstand such a blow. 2 more moves. Yang Kai grinned at Lu Qingyao. How did you? Lu Qingyao frowned, his face filled with suspicion. As the attacker, he was even more surprised than the others, his expression becoming serious. Nodding gently, he said, "You really have some skill. It seems I underestimated you." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, Lu Qingyao's aura once again changed in Yang Kai's eyes. The Central Capital's first young lord had suddenly grown several times larger, But when Yang Kai looked closer, Lu Qingyao was still the same Lu Qingyao. Nothing had changed. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai knew that his opponent's martial skill had caused him to misunderstand. So he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on dealing with this situation. Taking another step forward, Yang Kai found that even though he was concentrating, he couldn't resist that momentary fluctuation. Lu Qingyao's aura had grown several times larger than before, although it was only for a moment. The third step, with this step, a muffled sound seemed to echo from the depths of the void. It was like a huge war drum had been struck, resounding in everyone's heart. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Yang Wei's expression changed slightly as he shouted. The world energy around him became strange. Lu Qingyao seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. The fourth step, asterisk dong. Asterisk, a more violent sound than the previous one was transmitted to the heart, causing the weaker cultivator to suddenly feel their blood and yuan qi fluctuating uncontrollably. The fifth step, one after another, a series of muffled groans rang out. Among the crowd, all cultivators below the yuan qi boundary fifth stage, without exception, spat out a mouthful of blood. Even from such a distance, Lu Qingyao's actions could still cause such a strong reaction. The Central Capital's first young lord truly deserved his title. The sixth step, the seventh step. With the fall of Lu Qingyao's every step, a powerful thumping sound rang out, causing the world to tremble and tremble, as if even the heavens and earth were unable to withstand his stamping. As the number of steps he took increased, Lu Qingyao's figure rapidly grew larger and larger in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Central Capital's first master had become a behemoth, his head touching the sky and his feet firmly planted on the ground. No matter who it was, they could only look up at him from an angle. The eighth step, the ninth step. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Qingyao's giant foot, which was large enough to flatten half of War City, was slowly and strangely stamping down towards Yang Kai's head, making everyone feel as if they were about to be crushed into dust. As soon as this thought appeared, many people felt as if they were in danger, their faces going pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Lu family's 9 winding steps, a mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill, had always been the Lu family's secret skill. With 9 steps, the earth would be destroyed and the heavens would be punished. Just as the giant foot was about to step on Yang Kai, the youngest Yang family young lord finally moved. Clenching his right fist, a dazzling star field pattern suddenly appeared in front of him, filled with dazzling twinkling stars. As he swung his right fist, a dazzling burst of starlight appeared. Star mark. Yang Kai hadn't used this move for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather that he hadn't had the opportunity to do so. All the energy contained in the star atlas space on the back of his hand erupted at this moment, meeting the giant foot that was about to step down without any fancy moves. The momentum of this attack was like a rainbow, releasing a shocking light, as if it wanted to smash through the world. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk violent and huge waves of energy collided and raged in all directions, canceling each other out. The starlight quickly dimmed, but the unbelievably huge Lu Qingyao seemed to have been knocked off his feet. His giant foot, which seemed capable of trampling the heavens and earth, was now unable to descend. The Lu family's 9 winding steps had actually been blocked head-on. On top of that, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage cultivator. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief, their minds filled with confusion. Chapter 466. The violent energy turbulence lasted for a while before gradually subsiding. When the dazzling starlight disappeared, Yang Kai coldly snorted and fell a dozen meters or so before stabilizing himself. Facing Lu Qingyao's mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill head-on, even the star mark was unable to withstand it. What's more, the gap between the two of them was several small realms, and there was also the immortal ascension boundary separating them. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but Lu Qingyao's body also swayed slightly, and the huge figure in front of everyone's eyes suddenly collapsed. It was as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword, his entire aura leaking out. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and everyone felt as if the clouds and mist had been lifted to reveal the bright moon. Looking around, the two of them were still staring at each other from 200 meters away, as if they had never fought before. The several young lords were dumbfounded. They never knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Everyone knew that his own strength wasn't weak, but no matter how much they overestimated him, they had still underestimated their ninth brother. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the Yang family was his opponent. He was only Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, so how could he be evenly matched with Lu Qingyao, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master? Yang Zhao and the other young lords' expressions were somewhat ugly. Although in the inheritance war, personal strength wasn't very important, in the end, as a cultivator, they still hoped to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, step onto the above immortal ascension boundary, and be respected by tens of thousands of people. This had nothing to do with the inheritance war and competing for the position of family successor. Only Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. There's one more move. Yang Kai patted his chest and looked at Lu Qingyao with a smile. The latter's expression became dignified, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai, unexpectedly slowly shaking his head. No need. Right now, you're not my opponent, but I admit that you have the qualifications to fight me. Saying so, he casually tossed something to Lu Qingyao, throwing the mysterious great artifact he had snatched before to Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he said, "I'll wait for you. Advance to the soul travel realm, then let's have a good fight." Yang Kai grabbed the artifact and was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else. In those two moves just now, Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength. But what Lu Qingyao didn't know was that he hadn't used his full strength. The reason why Yang Kai had decided to take the lead was only because of the rare mysterious great artifact. If it weren't for this temptation, he wouldn't have bothered to fight with Lu Qingyao. But now, it seemed that this person was a little arrogant, but he was not a despicable person. Now, he had obtained the secret treasure. Naturally, there was no need to be entangled. Seeing the artifact that Lu Qingyao had obtained by sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave armor to Yang Kai without any hesitation, everyone's eyes couldn't help turning red as their breathing heated up. In the blink of an eye, it was ninth brother who took the first two mysterious great artifacts. Turning his head, Yang Kai glanced at Yang Wei. Lu Qingyao nodded gently, "Eldest young master, I know where the limits of your young family lie. Ninth young master indeed has more potential than you, but I, Lu Qingyao, have not yet reached my limit. When the time comes, let's compete again." Saying so, he turned around and left. Everyone's expression was a bit complicated, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes were filled with dread, as if they felt the need to reevaluate their ninth brother. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, and after Lu Qingyao left, he immediately flew down. Damn, there's still one more. Yang Kong also recovered and quickly chased after him. Of the 8 mysterious great artifacts, each of the 6 brothers had obtained one. Lu Qingyao had obtained one, and the last one had fallen into Pojing Lake. After witnessing the Qi binding seal and the mysterious great artifact seal, no one dared to rush into the lake to search for it, so even now, no one was interested in that mysterious great artifact. Hearing Yang Kang's shout, everyone suddenly woke up and began scrambling, lest someone else take advantage of them. However, no matter who it was, no one dared to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that everyone's blood warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed, there was no blood warrior to protect them. With Yang Kai's performance just now, it would be easy for him to seize this opportunity and capture them. If they were defeated in the inheritance war because of this, it would not be worth it. Yang Kai also found that all of them were on guard against him, so naturally, he wouldn't waste any effort. A moment later, the 6 of them returned to their respective camps. The 9th batch of Heaven Great Artifacts was still being snatched, and now more than half of them had been claimed. Only a small number were still wandering around, constantly changing hands. The scene was even more intense than before. The cultivator from the 6 camps also suffered casualties one after another. Hua Xing had returned. His Hua family hadn't lost many people. Although the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage cultivators were injured, their injuries weren't serious. As for the Yuan Qi cultivator, 2 or 3 of them had died. Young Lord Kai. Huashing's expression was gloomy. Do you want me to ask my old man to destroy the Xiang and Nan families? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, not quite understanding why he would say this. That Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng brought 2 groups of people and didn't do anything but deliberately set themselves against our people. Damn it, they don't even put this young lord in their eyes. Young Lord Kai, if you say the word, I'll ask my old man to take some people and destroy the Xiang and Nan families tomorrow. Yang Kai sneered. Can't afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate in the inheritance war. Huashing rolled his eyes and muttered, What do you mean can't afford to lose? It's just that their actions of harming others without benefiting themselves are too disgusting. I also know that the rules of the inheritance war are not allowed to privately retaliate against the various forces involved. But who is this young lord? This Huashing is a scoundrel. I don't care about the rules. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There's no need. They will pay the price sooner or later. He had also noticed this situation a moment ago. He knew that Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's resentment towards him was quite big, so they were targeting him. But if he really wanted to privately retaliate against the Xiang and Nan families, that would definitely not be allowed. Doing so would undoubtedly affect the nerves of all the forces involved. When that time came, who would dare participate in the inheritance war? Good, you have the final say. Huashing didn't object. But young Lord Kai, remember this, not only the Xiang and Nan families, but also that Lu Song with no eyesight. If one day we really face off against them, this young lord will kill every last one of them. Every last one of them will die. Such a day will come. Yang Kai sneered. In addition, that little brat Xiao Zirua is also a bit strange. Although he isn't as obvious as the Xiang, Nan, and Lu families, he still treats us as his enemy. I think he wants to use defeating you to consolidate his position as the Qiu family's successor. Sighing, Yang Kai continued, It's not easy for him to have a sister like Qiu Yiming. We're all from the central capital, so I'll spare his dog life. As he spoke, he could already see the scene of his side's victory. Let's not talk about that. What's the situation with that artifact now? Yang Kai turned his eyes to Pajing Lake and asked softly, It's still down there. Huashing glanced around. Everyone is staring at it, but no one dares to go down. Yang Kai nodded. The seal on the artifact and the chi binding seal placed on it made everyone somewhat cautious. Now, no matter who went first, it would not be good for them and would only benefit others. Naturally, no one was willing to be the first to go first. If they wanted to bear the brunt of the attack after the barrier was triggered, they would need at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master to block it. However, blocking these attacks wouldn't help. Even the Blood Warriors were affected by the Chi Binding Seal, so how could an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master possibly escape? In other words, if they wanted to break the barrier and Chi Binding Seal on the artifact, they would need to sacrifice at least one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. No one was willing to do so. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He secretly felt that this situation was a bit difficult to handle. Not only him, but the other 5 also felt the same way, all of them wearing looks of greed and worry. Yang Kai had already snatched 2 mysterious great artifacts, so in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage, but now there was only one left. Everyone was staring at it. Just as everyone was feeling a little helpless, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the bottom of Pajing Lake. The faces of the 6 Yang family young lords who were gathered around the lakeside all changed as they quickly looked up at each other. This energy fluctuation was obviously caused by the barrier on the artifact being triggered. Had someone actually sneaked into the bottom of the lake? Which camp did they belong to? Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the expressions and eyes of his 5 brothers were the same as his own, all of them suspicious of others. Without any time to think, Yang Kai's tyrannical spiritual energy immediately penetrated the bottom of the lake. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The entire Pajing Lake underwent an earth-shaking change. The lake water that was dyed red with blood was pushed by a violent energy, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It was blasted dozens of feet into the air, and then poured down again. The scene was quite spectacular. Yang Kai's eyes sank as he scanned the lake water. Soon, a faint light entered his eyes. It was the mysterious great artifact that had fallen into the lake. As soon as this artifact appeared, it released a burst of blue energy. Chi Binding Seal. This vitality binding spell actually directly entangled the void, and after a few rounds, a blurry figure was faintly discernible in the sky of the lake water. It was bound by the vitality binding spell, unable to move. It's him. Ingjio, who had always been silent, couldn't help exclaiming. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed towards Pijing Lake, a cold smile flashing across his face as he pushed his true chi to the limit. Shua *, the Azura sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and as he rushed forward, an overwhelming number of sword waves spread out around him like a pair of wings. Brandishing his sword, Yang Kai sent out a barrage of sword waves. Yang Kai also recognized this vague figure. It was the mysterious master who had sneaked into the pill room this morning. Yang Kai hadn't expected this person's courage to be so great, actually sneaking in here. Yang Kai was certain this person had taken advantage of the battle between him and Lu Qingyao to sneak into the lake. The Blood Warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed and hadn't noticed his existence. The only one who could detect his aura, Yang Kai, had been distracted, allowing him to seize the initiative. However, the ownership of this artifact had yet to be determined. Now that you've revealed yourself, in front of everyone's eyes, let's see how you'll escape. Yang Kai sneered. Just as his smile bloomed, the blurry figure bound by the vitality binding spell actually exploded and turned into a mist, just like what happened in the morning. Chapter 467. 13. The first blackout came a little later than expected. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed like a sword, his unparalleled spiritual energy condensing into a single point as he searched the area around the artifact. The next moment, the long sword in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. In that direction, another vague figure appeared, grabbed the artifact, and transformed into a streak of light, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This figure's speed was so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to launch another attack. This change happened quickly and ended quickly. By the time the mysterious master snatched the artifact and disappeared from everyone's sight, the other 5 young family members were still hesitating whether or not to rush over. Above Pijing Lake, the red lake water was still dripping, but the streak of light had already disappeared. Yang Kai stood mid-air, holding the Azura sword in his hand, his expression somewhat fluctuating. This was the second time. In one day, this person had slipped away from under his nose twice in a row, and both times in broad daylight. What a strange and mysterious person. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai caught something floating down from the sky, and after seeing it clearly, he was stunned. Putting the thing in his hand into his sleeve, he immediately returned to his camp. No one knew what he had caught in the lake water, but everyone saw this action. For a moment, they couldn't stop guessing and were extremely curious. The 6 young family members were still sizing each other up, but none of them showed any joy. There was no joy in anyone's eyes. Everyone was suspecting someone else, suspecting that the mysterious expert was someone else's subordinate. The artifact snatching battle was about to come to an end. The 8 mysterious great artifacts had been settled, leaving only a small number of heaven-grade artifacts still to be fought over. After half a cup of tea's time, everything calmed down. The 6 cultivators' camp. Fighting and retreating, everyone returned to their respective camps. Just like at the beginning, they stood at 6 corners of Pijing Lake. However, each side had lost at least a quarter of its original number, and among those who had died, there was no lack of immortal ascension boundary masters. Among them, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying had suffered the greatest losses. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, these 3 groups were caught off guard, and as time passed, their disadvantage gradually increased. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long. Otherwise, it was unknown whether these people would have been completely wiped out. All the cultivators on each side were clearly enraged, each of them glaring around with hatred. Forming grudges during the Inheritance War was a normal thing. While the Inheritance War was still going on, no one dared to retaliate in private. But after the Inheritance War was over, these forces who held grudges against each other were destined to fight to the death. Therefore, even though the treasure hunt had ended, the atmosphere was still filled with the smell of gunpowder. Yang Kai sighed, but his harvest, he was the most. Compared, the number of the Yang cultivators' camp, the number 1 cultivators was the number 1. Especially since Kai Yang had obtained 2 mysterious great artifacts. This was much more valuable than any other artifact. Yang Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded gently to the crowd, leading his people and the artifacts they had snatched away in triumph. Immediately, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong left together with Yang Shun and Yang Ying. A great battle ensued. No one was in the mood to cause any more trouble. Ingjiao, what's the situation? Yang Kai glanced at Ingjiao, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground since he was struck by the qi binding seal. Ingjiao slowly shook his head. I can't raise my yuan qi. My meridians have been sealed. It will take me at least 2 months to break through. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's qi binding seal, even a blood warrior couldn't easily remove it. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. Ingjia's yuan qi being sealed was a great loss to him. His existence was like a shadow, a deterrent to any opponent. Now that this deterrent was gone, Yang Kai could only rely on Chu Gaoyi and Xiao Shun. Although they were also very strong, in terms of concealment and assassination, Ingjiao was better. Yang Kai could only wait until he returned and see if Meng Wuya had a way to remove this seal. If even Treasurer Meng couldn't do anything, Ingjiao could only sit idle for 2 months. Let's go back, Yang Kai said lightly. This is for you. Dongqing Han walked up and handed Yang Kai a small sword the size of a palm. It was the soul-type artifact that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to before. Did you succeed? Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't act polite, reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Using his divine sense, he found that this was indeed an artifact that was very compatible with his spiritual energy. As long as he could refine it, it would play a huge role. With cousin taking action, how could he not succeed? Dongqing Han patted his chest. That Lu Song dared to oppose this young master. Humph. He should take a look in the mirror and see what he's made of. Pausing for a moment, Dongqing Han continued, but this artifact was obtained thanks to a certain woman. A woman? Yang Kai asked curiously as he played with the small sword in his hand. And Dongqing Han's face showed a look of reminiscence. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember where. She was the one who threw this thing to me. Which camp is she from? Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. Someone who came to watch the fun. Is she beautiful? Huastars asked with a wretched expression as soon as he heard the word woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a little charming. Dongqing Han wore a knowing look on his face as he grinned meaningfully. They're twins, and there's another person who looks exactly the same as her. Lu Song's strength isn't low, true element boundary 7th stage, but even he was sent tumbling several times by her. That woman is quite fierce. Twins? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rose a lot. What kind of twins? He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that these 2 people should be the charming twin flowers. In fact, it stood to reason that the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall should have already arrived at his house, but until now he hadn't seen any of them. This made Yang Kai wonder if the charming twin flowers were sulking with him. After all, when they parted ways at Taifang Mountain, Hu Jiao Er's attitude towards him had not been very good. Dongqing Han was startled and didn't know how to describe it. Instead, he simply pointed and said, she was just watching the fun over there. But now I don't know where she went. After the artifact snatching battle, the crowd of onlookers had naturally dispersed, and large numbers of people were now advancing towards War City. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Dongqing Han was pointing, but didn't find the person he was looking for, so he quickly spread out his divine sense and scanned the surrounding 20 kilometers. In an instant, he understood everything. As soon as his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai felt 2 distinctive life auras. Everyone's life aura was different, even if some were similar. Even if there were some differences, there would still be essential differences, just like the appearance of all living beings. However, the life auras of these 2 people were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. What's more, Under Yang Kai's investigation, not only were the two's life auras identical, but it also seemed that the true qi in their bodies could fuse with each other. As their true qi flowed and intertwined, some mysterious principle enveloped them, connecting them as one. Found it. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as his figure flickered and flew out. What are you doing? Huastars was shocked. Even though he was a lawless person, he couldn't help being startled at this moment, quickly ordering everyone, follow him. As a Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. At any time, under any circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to act alone. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be targeted by a master. Everyone's reaction was also quite fast, quickly grabbing the artifacts they had snatched and following Yang Kai's footsteps. Among the crowd returning to War City, a man and two women were rushing back. The man's face showed a look of longing as he recalled the great battle he had just witnessed. He couldn't help feeling his blood boil, wishing he could participate in it himself to quench his thirst for battle. The two women, on the other hand, didn't say a word, their demeanor calm. On the other hand, they were quite delicate. This caused the nearby cultivator to frequently cast their eyes towards them. The two women remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this, neither angry nor secretly happy. Seeing them so submissive, it immediately aroused the greed and lust of many people, many of them wondering if they could obtain some unexpected gains if they approached them at this time. Jiao Air, Mei Air, there are a few people staring at us from the side. Should we send them away? The man suddenly asked softly. Hu Jiao Air's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust and helplessness as she shook her head gently. No, let's return to War City. Yang Kai was still behind them. If a conflict were to break out at this time, he would definitely see it. As if they had seen the exchange between the two of them, their eyes suddenly lit up, knowing that she didn't want to cause trouble, so their thoughts became active. If she didn't want to cause trouble, obviously she didn't have a backer. Moreover, the three of them were quite young and their strength wasn't high, so perhaps they would be easier to deal with. Thinking so, a young man immediately stepped forward from the group, wearing a smile on his face, pretending to be mature and reliable, but before he had time to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This person not only blocked his path, but also blocked the path of the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki. Almost instinctively, the three of them pushed their yuan qi and vigilantly scanned the area in front of them. After seeing the face of this person, Hu Jiao Air suddenly looked embarrassed while Hu Mei Air smiled tenderly. Imprinting this smile into his eyes, the young man couldn't help feeling a little restless, his courage also growing as he shouted, Who are you? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Ninth young master. The young man's face suddenly paled as he stammered incoherently. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned. I wouldn't dare. Ninth young master, please carry on. Saying so, the young man panicked and quickly fled with his companions. Just now, they had all seen the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Qingyao. Not only was he strong, but he also had a large number of masters under his command. How could a third-rate character like him compare? Afraid of provoking a fatal disaster, the young man quickly fled. Brother Yang. After the young man left, Fang Ziki smiled and cupped his fists. Brother Fang, long time no see. Last time at Taifang Mountain, Fang Ziki had said that he wanted to join the inheritance war, so seeing him now, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. Back at Taifang Mountain, whether it was Storm Hall or Blood Battle Gang, all of them had stood firmly on his side, almost going to war with the Xiang and Nan families, so Yang Kai also had a good impression of Fang Ziki. Chapter 468. After exchanging greetings, Fang Ziji tactfully retreated a short distance, just in time to run into Huaxing Qian and the others who were chasing after him. Hey, Brother Fang? Lan Chu Dai's beautiful eyes lit up. Although the two of them were from different sects, after all, they both came from the same place. Meeting each other here at this moment, she naturally felt a sense of familiarity. You are High Heaven Pavilion's junior sister? Fang Ziki didn't quite recognize Lan Chu Dai. Lan Chu Dai smiled and nodded. Dong Qinghan frowned as he looked at Fang Ziki from head to toe, suddenly clapping his hands and saying, I know. I was wondering why those two girls looked so familiar. It turns out they are the Blood Battle Gang sisters. The last time Dong Qinghan went to High Heaven Pavilion, he also paid attention to the situation between Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. The charming twin flowers and Fang Ziki were both leaders of their respective sects, so he was naturally familiar with them. It was just that he had never dealt with each other before, so he didn't recognize them. This would explain why she had thrown that artifact to him. The group of people were quite tactful, and when they saw that Hu Jiaoer's expression wasn't right, they didn't rush forward to disturb her. Instead, they warmly exchanged greetings with Fang Ziji while secretly perking up their ears to listen for any movement not far away. "Why are you hiding from me?" Yang Kai looked at Hu Jiaoer and asked. "Who's hiding from you?" Hu Jiaoer snorted, her face blushing a little. "You really aren't hiding from me?" Yang Kai's lips curled up as he took a step forward. He asked. "No." Hu Jiaoer's beautiful eyes flashed. "We just arrived here today." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hu Mei'er. Hu Mei'er smiled and moved her lips, silently selling out her elder sister. "Good, since you're here. Then follow me back to the house." Yang Kai knew that Hu Jiaoer was a bit embarrassed, so he didn't ask further. Hu Jiaoer sneered, "We just came to War City to play. We didn't say we were going to participate in the inheritance war with you." "I'm not going." "Mei'er, are you going?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I'm going." Hu Mei'er nodded repeatedly. "Mei'er," Hu Jiaoer shouted, her chest heaving up and down in anger. She didn't expect her sister's position to be so weak. Yang Kai had only asked casually, but she had already agreed. Hu Mei'er stuck out her tongue and giggled. "We're just a second-class sect. Even if we went, we wouldn't be of much help. What's the point of going there?" Hu Jiaoer looked a little embarrassed as she whispered softly. Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was what she cared about. Besides Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's Reflecting Moon sect, which was a second-class sect, the rest of the forces gathered in his mansion were all first-class. Presumably, Hu Jiaoer felt a bit inferior. That was why she had been hiding from him. "Jiaoer, in the future, you and Mei'er will be able to stand at the peak of this world. Don't worry too much about your own sect." Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. These two beautiful sisters were only at the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage, but now they had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, the same as him. On top of that, the twin spirit shared spirit divine art they cultivated was also extraordinary, so it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. It could be said that, in the future, there would definitely be a share of this world for the two of them. "You think so?" Hu Jiaoer's expression was a little dazzled as her beautiful eyes glowed. She looked at Yang Kai with some joy, as if she didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "This seems like they're going to fall." Stars looked over and whispered softly. "They fell a long time ago." Fang Ziki grinned meaningfully. "Arrogance, I like it." Yang Kai waved his folding fan. "Well, I'll think about it. If I figure it out, I'll go to your house with Mei'er in a few days." Hu Jiaoer was secretly happy as she bit her thin red lips, which were very attractive. Yang Kai hooked his finger at her. "What are you doing?" Hu Jiaoer looked puzzled as she leaned a little closer and whispered into his ear. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and whispered in her ear, "If you continue to be so hesitant, I'll reveal your secret to the world." "What secret?" Hu Jiaoer's neck was pink as Yang Kai's hot breath blew into her ear. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling on her delicate skin, itchy and numb. "Your butt. One side is big, the other is small." After saying this, Yang Kai straightened up and let out a strange laugh, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Hu Jiaoer's lower body. Being stared at by his invasive eyes, Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but have the illusion of being stripped naked. Her heart went cold as her face suddenly flushed red and she angrily said, "When did I?" Saying so, she inadvertently lifted her butt and sucked in her stomach. "Since you've said so much, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Mei'er, come with me." Saying so, he pulled Hu Mei'er and walked towards War City without looking back. "Yang Kai, how can you be such a shameless rogue?" Hu Jiaoer angrily shouted, grinding her teeth for a while. "Shameless rogue? Huastars rushed up and said indignantly, "Girl, what did young Master Kai do to you?" "None of your damn business." Hu Jiaoer glanced at him from head to toe, coldly snorted, and hurriedly chased after him. Grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms, she shouted, "If you don't make things clear today, I won't let you off." Her personality is a bit bad. It seems that she only acts docile in front of young Master Kai. Huastar said thoughtfully, secretly counting the number of beautiful women who had fallen in love with Yang Kai, suddenly admiring Yang Kai's methods of seduction. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall didn't only send the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki. Each of them had brought more than 20 people. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the other forces, it was still a token of their sincerity. Last time, because of High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, the two sects had been implicated, and many of their masters had been transferred to participate in the siege of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Therefore, among the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had come this time, there were only 3 or 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them had high cultivation. It was because of this concern that Hu Jiaoer had been too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for help. Since he had come to participate in the Inheritance War, he must have brought some masters with him, but they didn't have many masters with them, the highest being only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master. Guanqilu, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, was also among them. Yang Kai and Hu Jiaoer quarreled all the way back to War City and picked up these people from the inn. The current situation of the two sects was something Yang Kai understood better than anyone else, so naturally he didn't care and was instead extremely polite. These people were also quite cautious when they saw Yang Kai's allies. Obviously, they were afraid of what had happened last time. It could even be said that they were walking on thin ice, afraid that if they said something careless, they would bring trouble to their sects. Returning to the mansion, Chiu Yiming had already led a group of people to greet them with a warm smile. As the second in command of the mansion, the Chiu family's first young lady naturally expressed her gratitude to Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, chatting affectionately with the Hu sisters while intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. She was keenly aware that the attitude of this pair of twin sisters towards Kai Yang was somewhat unusual. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger, secretly cursing Kai Yang for being such a pervert. Just going out for a walk, he had actually managed to capture 2 beautiful women. After returning from the war, there were a lot of trivial matters to attend to. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were arranged to stay by Chiu Yiming while the major forces counted their gains and casualties. Soon, the results came out. In this artifact snatching battle, Yang Kai had lost 30 to 40 people, of which 4 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, while the rest were Yuan Qi Boundary Masters. Fortunately, this loss was made up for by the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had arrived today. Since they had come to participate in the Inheritance War, everyone had mentally prepared themselves for what was to come. Of the 1,000 artifacts, Yang Kai's people had obtained a total of nearly 200. As for how to distribute these 200 artifacts, Yang Kai threw them all to Chiu Yiming, giving her a headache. Nearly 200 artifacts seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when it came to distribution, the supply still fell short of the demand. However, Yang Kai believed that with Chiu Yiming's ability, she should be able to handle the balance well and not cause any resentment between the major forces because of these artifacts. Returning to his room, Yang Kai saw Xianing Cheng asleep on the table. His little senior sister had been performing alchemy all this time. Although the people from Medicine King's Valley had become familiar with Xianing Cheng's alchemy and had cooperated with her after such a long time, whether it was physical or mental consumption, had been enormous. The sound of the door opening woke her up, but after seeing Yang Kai return unscathed, the little senior sister couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Picking her up, the little senior sister seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of intimacy, and besides her slightly flushed cheeks, she was no longer as flustered as before. Gently placing her on the bed and tucking in the blankets, Yang Kai sat on the bed and waited for his little senior sister to breathe evenly. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai gently stroked her hair. Looking at her veiled face, Yang Kai's heart began to stir. Until now, he had never seen his little senior sister's full face. The most he had seen was in the Nine Mountain Valley, when he had kissed her and lifted half of her veil. Regarding his little senior sister's appearance, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He was also convinced that if he wanted to see, his little senior sister would definitely remove her veil. But this kind of hazy mystery was also one of the most attractive aspects of Xianing Chong. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai gave up the idea of lifting her veil to take a look and instead quietly went out, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, just like Xianing Cheng's eyes when he smiled. Ingjiu, Yang Kai called out. From the darkness, a thin figure walked out. Even if he had lost all his yuan qi, Ingjiu's ability to conceal himself had become an instinct. Come with me. Ingjiu nodded slightly, not saying a word. Walking over to the next room, he gently knocked on the door and Meng Wuya's voice called out, "Come in." Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Treasurer Meng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating his secret art. When Ingjiu looked at him, his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some emotion. Since Meng Wuya arrived in the house, Ingjiu had been particularly concerned about this person. Not only Ingjiu, but Chu Gaoyi and Xiao Shun were also concerned. Chapter 469. Meng Wuya's strength and mysteries made the three blood warriors feel tremendous pressure. They really didn't know which force in this world could produce such a master. This wasn't an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary master. This was a master who was only a step away from breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Although the three blood warriors didn't say anything, in fact, each of them was secretly speculating about Meng Wuya's origins. Seeing Yang Kai bring him here, Ingjiu also had some speculations in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. The Qi-binding seal on him was the work of the Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou, so even if Meng Wuya was very strong, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was an above immortal ascension boundary master while Meng Wuya was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Treasurer Meng, Yang Kai greeted him. Meng Wuya just nodded lightly, glancing at Ingjiu suspiciously and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Was he imprisoned? Meng Wuya looked at Ingjiu and asked with a smile. Ingjiu responded indifferently. Treasurer Meng, do you have any way to lift the seal on him? Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. Let me see. Meng Wuya didn't refuse, turning to Ingjiu and saying, Come here. Ingjiu glanced at Yang Kai, and with Yang Kai's permission, he walked over to Meng Wuya's side. Seemingly seeing that he wasn't very happy, Meng Wuya chuckled and said, Relax, I know you have some ability, but you're a cripple now. Why are you so wary of this old master? Saying so, he reached out and put his hand on Ingjiu's wrist. The room fell silent for a while. Yang Kai held the glass of water in his hand and put it to his mouth, waiting impatiently. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya had such means. Ingjiu, on the other hand, remained indifferent. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest hope for Meng Wuya. Heh. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed. Interesting. The one who set this seal really does have some attainments in this field. Ingjiu's expression changed. That's my Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou. This old man doesn't care about the 9 prefectures or the 8 prefectures. Meng Wuya curled his lips. Never heard of any of them. Ingjiu still wanted to open his mouth and argue a few words, but was stopped by Yang Kai. Ingjiu, who had always been silent, suddenly had the idea of arguing with others, obviously because he greatly worshipped Huang Jiuzhou. He didn't allow others to look down on him. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was the only blood warrior who had been promoted to Supreme Elder. All the blood warriors took him as their role model and goal to strive for. Meng Wuya's words were praising Huang Jiuzhou's level of imprisonment. But in Ingjiu's ears, this old man was a bit too arrogant. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. What qualifications did a mere peak immortal ascension boundary master have to criticize Elder Huang? Treasurer Meng, just tell me if it's possible or not. Yang Kai leaned forward and asked in a low voice. Yes, Meng Wuya replied casually. Ingjiu's eyes narrowed. Staring at Meng Wuya in shock, it seemed he hadn't expected such an answer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what kind of magical means Meng Wuya had, but Treasurer Meng had always given him a mysterious impression. Yang Kai had also seen an above immortal ascension boundary master. Lucy, Yangying Hao. The Yang family's supreme elders were all above immortal ascension boundary masters. But the feeling he got from Meng Wuya was far less intense. Subconsciously, Yang Kai always thought this old man Meng was somewhat unfathomable, perhaps even more terrifying than some above immortal ascension boundary masters. With such an answer, Yang Kai's heart suddenly settled. If he said he could, then he definitely could. There was no need to ask any more questions. You can lift it? Ingzio asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it, thinking Meng Wuya was just boasting. Meng Wuya glanced over at him and nodded slightly. How long? Ingzio asked again. Speaking of which, it wasn't that he couldn't lift the chi binding seal himself, but it would take him at least 2 months of continuous effort. If Meng Wuya also needed such a long time, it would be better to work hard on breaking the seal himself instead of bothering him. Ingzio didn't have a good impression of this arrogant old man who didn't put Huang Juzhou in his eyes, so naturally he wasn't willing to accept such kindness. Meng Wuya raised 2 fingers. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Does that mean 2 months, or 20 days? Although he asked this question, Yang Kai was still leaning towards the latter possibility. In his subconscious mind, it was reasonable for Meng Wuya to take 20 days to lift the chi binding seal. Ingzio also looked towards Meng Wuya suspiciously, his heart filled with doubts. 2 days, Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai and Ingzio were both shocked, both of them showing looks of disbelief. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated Meng Wuya's ability. Treasurer Meng was definitely not as simple as he thought. Senior. Ingzio took a deep breath and said with a strange expression, It's not that Ingzio is looking down on you. It's just that your words are a bit arrogant. Meng Wuya chuckled and said, If this seal had been planted on this old master's body, this old master would have been able to break it in a snap of his fingers. But now that it has been planted on your body, it will only take me 2 days. In fact, this old master has also studied a lot of sealing techniques. This little trick is nothing. Little trick? Yang Kai observed Ingzio's expression and found that his face was twitching slightly, so he couldn't help feeling amused, but he quickly put on a serious face, coughing lightly and asking, Treasurer Meng, are you really sure? If you don't want to try, then scram. This old master doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. The door is over there. Meng Wuya snorted, glancing at Ingzio and saying, With your ability, it will take you at least 2 months to break this seal. Work hard. Ingzio's expression changed again. Breaking the chi binding seal in 2 months was his estimation of his own ability, but Meng Wuya had seen through it with just a glance. This master's eyesight was quite sharp. Frowning, Ingzio cupped his fists solemnly and said, I ask Senior to help. If this junior has offended Senior, please forgive him. In any case, it would only take him 2 days. After 2 days, everything would become clear. In fact, Ingzio was also very curious about whether this Meng Wuya was as powerful as he said he was. Treasurer Meng, you see? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya with a smile. Old man Meng waved his hand impatiently. Good, you can go now. He will see you in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, telling Ingzio to remain calm before turning around and leaving. Returning to the next room, Yang Kai found that Xianing Chong was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to his pill room to perform alchemy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yang Kai took out something from his sleeve. It was a strand of black hair. It was the one he had cut off today at Pijing Lake from the mysterious master who had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. No one had expected that this mysterious master, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, was actually a woman. In the open and in the dark, he had already confronted her twice today, but Yang Kai hadn't even seen her face yet, so he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. This woman's speed was too fast, and her method of infiltration was also quite amazing. In front of so many people, she had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. Yang Kai really didn't know how she had done it, especially how she had withstood the attack of the artifact and the chi binding seal planted by Huang Juzhou while still being able to escape safely. Lu Qingyao had sacrificed a mysterious grade artifact in order to break the chi binding seal, but what about that woman? What Yang Kai was more concerned about was who had recruited this woman to work for him. The shocked expressions of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shun, and Yang Ying flashed across his eyes one by one, all of them seemingly unaware of the identity of this woman, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of them was just acting. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out anything and could only put it aside. Flicking his wrist, 3 artifacts appeared in front of him. These were Yang Kai's biggest gains today. Although he had snatched nearly 200 artifacts, all of them added together weren't as valuable as the 3 in front of him. A small palm-sized sword that was cold to the touch, clearly a heaven-grade soul-type artifact. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that this soul-type artifact was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Soul-type artifacts were relatively precious and more difficult to refine than other artifacts. A heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact was no less valuable than an average mysterious-grade artifact. However, soul-type artifacts were more difficult to refine, especially when one had yet to form a knowledge sea. Yang Kai played with it for a while before putting it aside and continuing to investigate the other 2 artifacts. Of the 2 artifacts, one was a mirror that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to. This mirror was also cold to the touch, but the feeling it gave off was different from that of the soul-type artifact just now. The coldness of the small sword was so cold that it could penetrate one's soul, while the coldness of this mirror was enough to freeze the world. Pouring his yuan qi into the mirror, the surface of the mirror flashed and Yang Kai suddenly discovered a bizarre scene. Through the mirror, he saw towering and magnificent snowy mountains. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, covering the snowy mountains that connected the sky and the earth in silver. The cold wind whistled, and his field of vision was white and clean. Kacha. The temperature of the entire room suddenly plummeted and the cold aura surged, forcing Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. A mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. In that instant, Kai Yang understood and couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what grade the other 7 mysterious grade artifacts were, but what he was certain of was that there weren't many mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts, at most 1 or 2 of them. The mirror he had taken a fancy to was actually a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. The value of a single mysterious grade mid-rank artifact was equivalent to 10 mysterious grade low-rank artifacts. This time I've really struck gold. Yang Kai felt a surge of excitement. Withdrawing his yuan qi, the light on the mirror suddenly disappeared and the endless snow-capped mountains also disappeared. Before refining it, Yang Kai didn't know what this mirror was used for. Putting down the mirror, Yang Kai set his eyes on the last artifact. This was the one Lu Qingyao had thrown to him. A bone shield. Chapter 470. This bone shield wasn't very large, only about the size of a millstone. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of monster beast bone it was made from, but it had a strange shape and was shimmering with an ivory-like white luster. On the edge of the bone shield were sharp spikes, and on the front of the bone shield was a pattern of a ferocious beast with a ferocious maw. This ferocious beast had a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. When he touched it, Yang Kai felt a bloody and gloomy aura wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. The grade of this bone shield wasn't as good as the mirror just now, only mysterious grade low rank, but this bone shield was obviously a defensive type artifact, so its value wasn't much worse than the mirror. There were many types of artifacts, but generally speaking, defensive type artifacts were rarer than offensive type artifacts, which caused their value to soar. Of these 3 artifacts, each one was more expensive than the last. If he could refine all 3 of them, Yang Kai estimated that his overall strength would be greatly improved. So far, he only had 3 artifacts he could use. The Azura Sword, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, and the demon sealing chain. The first 2 were heaven-grade artifacts, and after using them for so long, Yang Kai was sure they were heaven-grade top rank. After all, these were the hallowed artifacts of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, so their grade couldn't be too bad. A first-class sect would definitely have a mysterious grade artifact, at the very least, 1. But the Azura Sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia were still considered sect-hallowed treasures. It must be because these 2 artifacts had a special meaning. The grade of the demon sealing chain was unknown, but after sealing the soul clone in the evil cavern, the demon sealing chain had lost its intelligence. Even now, it was still being nourished by Yang Kai's yuan qi and had yet to fully recover. Now that he had obtained 3 high-quality artifacts, Yang Kai naturally wanted to refine them for his own use as soon as possible. After careful consideration, Yang Kai put away the soul-type artifact and the mirror first and held the bone shield in his hand. Circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai began refining them while cultivating. Pure and powerful true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the bone shield without restraint. This greatly increased the refining speed. Time passed. Yang Kai had been in seclusion in his room ever since he returned from the treasure hunt. His little senior sister, on the other hand, came back once a day. She never disturbed him and only slept quietly by his side, with a peaceful expression on her face. In the mansion, the little bit of sorrow that had arisen from the loss of manpower gradually disappeared. The Bloody Battle Gang and Storm House people quickly integrated into the large family of Yang Kai. The Hu sisters also settled down with a clear conscience and gradually became familiar with many of the young leaders of the various forces. The only thing that made them depressed was that they hadn't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. Not to mention them, even Xiao Yiming, the second in command of the mansion, found it extremely difficult to see Yang Kai. However, everyone knew Yang Kai was definitely refining his new artifact. 2 days later, Chu Gao Yi, who was guarding the central hall, was resting with his eyes closed when a breeze suddenly blew past him. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Jio staring at him. "Why aren't you with the little lord? What are you doing here?" Chu Gaoyi asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's safety. Jio had always been the one in charge, always following him closely. The little lord is in retreat, and his safety is definitely not a problem. Jio thought of the old man next door to Yang Kai and didn't seem worried at all. Even so, you can't be careless. Chu Gaoyi began to reprimand him. "Let's not talk about that." Jio sighed and said, "Old Chu, I've met a powerful expert." "How powerful?" Chu Gaoyi was stunned. The Blood Warriors were very powerful. Not only were they from the Yang family, but they also had the Mad Tyrant blood skill, so the Blood Warriors had always been a group with eyes above their heads. Few people could enter their eyes. Very powerful. Jio was as concise as ever. How powerful is very powerful? Chu Gaoyi rolled his eyes. When his brothers spoke together, he was more casual. However, since Jio had such a high evaluation of this person, that person's strength must be very powerful. Chu Gaoyi couldn't help feeling interested, wondering what kind of person Jio had met that caused him to show such a shocked expression. "I estimate that if we really fought, any one of us would be defeated within 3 moves. Jio said seriously. Chu Gaoyi's jaw dropped. He had never heard such a high evaluation from Jio before. After a moment of silence, he asked solemnly, "What if I used my Mad Tyrant blood skill?" "You still wouldn't be his opponent, at most 10 moves. Above Immortal Ascension boundary. Peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Bullshit." Chu Gaoyi spat at Jio's face. Jio wiped his face indifferently and said seriously, "It's true." Chu Gaoyi's expression became strange as he stared at Jio, not willing to believe it. Peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters, it wasn't that they hadn't met before. Even first-class forces had peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. After using their Mad Tyrant blood skill, whether it was Chu Gaoyi or Jio, they had both defeated a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. A single cultivator, no matter how strong they were, had their limits. How could they possibly defeat him within 10 moves when he used his Mad Tyrant blood skill? Even the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Sheng didn't have such ability. Feng Sheng was the most powerful peak Immortal Ascension boundary master Chu Gaoyi had ever encountered in his life. In this world, there was no other peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator stronger than Feng Sheng. "Look at me now." Jio straightened his body and said, "Look at you what?" Chu Gaoyi frowned, suddenly showing a look of horror. "How did your Yuan Qi?" He finally realized that something was not quite right. The Qi binding seal was lifted. "That master helped me." "How is that possible?" Chu Gaoyi was shocked beyond words. It had only been 2 days, yet the Qi binding seal had been lifted in just 2 days. What kind of bizarre method was this? However, Jio's Yuan Qi was indeed circulating freely in his meridians, showing no signs of being imprisoned. Even if Chu Gaoyi didn't dare believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Who was it? Chu Gaoi finally asked. Ingzhou glanced around, waved to him, and whispered in his ear. That old? Chu Gaoi was stunned. He knew that Meng Wuya was very strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. It was him. I'm still a little confused. Ingzhou kept shaking his head, finding it difficult to accept this fact. 2 days ago, he had also asked Meng Wuya to give it a try, but today it had really worked. Thinking back, that old man had casually poked him a few times, and then taught him a set of breathing techniques. As he breathed in and out, the vitality binding spell collapsed in a muddle-headed manner. It was so amazing that Ingzhou thought he was dreaming. Only now did he realize that when Meng Wuya said 2 days ago that he was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, he wasn't just talking nonsense. This was clearly an extremely profound skill. Old Chu, I've discovered that there are many mysterious people in this house. Ingzhou sighed. I've also noticed. Chu Gaoi nodded. Needless to say, Meng Wuya had broken Huang Jiuzhou's qi-binding seal so easily. The new pair of sisters were also extremely strange. Obviously, they were only Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivators, but whether it was Ingzhou or Chu Gaoi, both of them felt that if they fought, they wouldn't be inferior to an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. Even an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd or 4th stage cultivator wouldn't be their opponent. There was also the Little Lord's senior sister. Wearing a veil, she went in and out of the pill room all day, producing a variety of extremely high-grade pills with pill veins. Mysterious grade pills were commonplace in Yangkai Mansion. Moreover, this woman's strength had also improved tremendously. When she first arrived, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage cultivator who seemed to have just broken through, but in the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage. Now, she had completely stabilized and was on the verge of breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. Yangkai hadn't even seen her in retreat before, so how did her cultivation increase so quickly? Moreover, after taking those pills, the young lords and young ladies in the mansion also underwent astonishing changes. The men were becoming more and more handsome while the women were becoming more and more beautiful. All of them seemed to have been reborn. Although the progress of their strength wasn't as terrifying as the veiled woman's, it was still much faster than normal. The most mysterious of them all was undoubtedly the Little Lord. Chu Gaoi and Ingzhou's injuries had long since healed. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but their previous hidden injuries had also disappeared. Even Xiao Shun, who had joined later, said these days that he felt refreshed and his hidden injuries had disappeared. His cultivation speed was also much faster than before. All of this was definitely the work of the earth-grade pills the Little Lord had given them. Yangkai didn't know what kind of profound mysteries were hidden in them. On top of that, his own methods could almost be said to be divine. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he had already made many astonishing moves, causing Chu Gaoi and Ingzhou to admire him more and more. It was said that every generation would produce geniuses, so how could there be so many strange geniuses in this generation? On top of that, all of them were gathered around Yangkai. Old Chu, speaking of which, I seem to be breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage soon. Ingzhou's mouth curled up slightly. Me too. Chu Gaoi was not to be outdone. Did we cultivate so quickly before? Ingzhou stared straight at him. No. Chu Gaoi frowned and asked in a low voice, what do you want to say? I just feel that it's a bit unusual for so many strange geniuses to gather around the Little Lord. Is it because of them, or because of the Little Lord? Ingzhou said meaningfully. Chu Gaoyi's expression shook as a look of amazement appeared on his face. After being reminded by Ingzhou, Chu Gaoi suddenly realized something. It didn't make sense for all these strange geniuses to gather around a single young lord, and when these young lords and young ladies first arrived, they didn't show much of a difference. Although their aptitude and cultivation were better than average, that was the extent of it. However, as time passed, it seemed that all of them had become incredibly talented. During this time, many people in the house had broken through bottlenecks one after another and ascended to higher realms. But if it was because of Yangkai, then how did he do it? Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond didn't have such a remarkable function. Chapter 471. Thousands of kilometers away from War City, On the second floor of a Stone City restaurant, a dozen tables were filled with guests and bustling business. More than a dozen tables were filled with cultivators who had come to eat and drink. At a table near the window, a skinny middle-aged man was sitting there with an indifferent expression. On his table were large and small jugs of wine, at least a dozen of them. This middle-aged man seemed to have an amazing capacity for liquor, but even after drinking so much, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't skip a beat. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he sat on his seat and stared down at the pedestrians on the street below. Every time he saw a cultivator with slightly better strength, his gloomy eyes couldn't help emitting a cold light, as if he was a hungry beast that had encountered fresh meat and wanted to eat it alive. His face was filled with a look of struggle, hesitation, but after a long time, he gradually calmed down and couldn't help sighing, grabbing the jug in front of him and drinking again. "I'm starving to death," the middle-aged man muttered softly. His pair of shifty eyes roamed around the guests on the second floor. His throat was constantly emitting strange sounds that were suppressed to the extreme. The expression on his face was constantly changing, as if he was enduring the restlessness in his heart. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. "The ash-gray cloud evil land is still the best. I can do whatever I want." The middle-aged man sighed again. The waiter served the aged wine one after another, and then hurriedly retreated in fear. When he approached this middle-aged man who was as skinny as a ghost, the waiter always felt that his life was hanging by a thread, as if this middle-aged man would turn into a ferocious ghost at any moment. He would swallow him whole. Just as the middle-aged man's face was filled with discomfort and depression, a conversation broke out nearby. They were talking about the artifact snatching battle a few days ago. The people chatting with each other described the scene of the artifact snatching battle as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. "You don't know yet, but the Central Capital's first young lord is no longer the Liu family's Liu Qingyao." Someone defeated Liu Qingyao? Everyone was shocked. No. It's just that the Yang family's youngest young lord, with his Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivation, was able to take 2 blows against him twice. Facing Liu Qingyao head-on, Yang Kai wasn't at a disadvantage. Liu Qingyao was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. There was such a huge difference in strength, but they were still able to fight on equal footing. In the future, they would be able to fight evenly. When that little lord grows to the same height as Liu Qingyao, he will surely be able to surpass him. Is it true? Of course. This news is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That little lord is truly amazing, so young yet his cultivation is so profound, and he has gathered more than a dozen first-class forces under his command. In my opinion, in this inheritance war, he may be the one to have the last laugh. It can't be? Isn't it said that the young master doesn't have many connections? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? First, show weakness to the enemy, and then suddenly attack. Who can resist? If I remember correctly, wasn't the youngest young lord called Yang Kai? Yes. Young Lord Kai. As soon as he heard the name Yang Kai, the middle-aged man who was drinking suddenly paused and turned his head, seemingly interested in this matter. The conversation at that table wasn't hidden, so naturally everyone on the second floor heard it. Suddenly, someone sneered and retorted, "What do you know?" That day, young Lord Liu clearly didn't use his full strength. That's why Yang Kai was able to withstand 2 of his moves. At that time, I also saw it with my own eyes. Do you know what young Lord Liu said? Chuckling lightly, trying to keep the crowd in suspense, calmly continuing, young Lord Liu said that Yang Kai isn't his opponent, so I'll wait for you to grow up so we can have a good fight again. This is the bearing and demeanor of the Central Capital's first young lord. He only gave you 2 moves, yet you think Yang Kai is so great? The cultivator who spoke before suddenly became somewhat unconvinced. That's just Liu Qingyao's empty words. If they had exchanged 3 moves, it's not certain who would win. Yang Kai is currently the Central Capital's first young lord. Bullshit. The quarrel between the two quickly spread. Now, all of the great Han Dynasty's cultivator was paying attention to the inheritance war, so naturally they had their own ideas about how it would play out in the future. After a short while, the entire second floor's cultivator was divided into 2 camps, each one of them arguing endlessly. Only the middle-aged man by the window remained, grinning wickedly, not saying a word, but the light radiating from his eyes was becoming more and more dangerous, more and more terrifying. The crowd quarreled for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The cultivator who spoke first blushed furiously. Turning his head and seeing the middle-aged man, he couldn't help shouting, "Hey, you! Who do you think is the Central Capital's first young lord? You want this old master to say?" The middle-aged man looked stunned and asked in surprise. "Yes, you want to say it. Seeing how silent you are, it's obvious you have your own opinion. Let us all hear it, but at your age, why would you call yourself an old master?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing, wondering if this middle-aged man liked to take advantage of his seniority. The second floor suddenly quieted down as everyone's eyes stared at the middle-aged man, asking for his opinion. The middle-aged man nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If this old master really wants to say it, the Central Capital's first young lord must be that Yang Kai. Not only is he the Central Capital's first young lord, but he will also be the future first young lord under the heavens, ha 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 ha." Everyone was stunned. Even the group of people who supported Yang Kai felt that this middle-aged man was a bit out of his mind, secretly shaking their heads. If Yang Kai was the current first young lord of the Central Capital, it would be somewhat reasonable, but to say he was the future first young lord under the heavens was simply too much of an exaggeration. The martial Tao was limitless. So far, none of the top masters at the above immortal ascension boundary dared claim to be invincible. "This madman," the cultivator who supported Lu Qingyao said contemptuously, "what nonsense is he spouting? That Yang Kai is nothing, he's actually the future first young lord." Before he could finish his words, though, he suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had caught his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. Everyone turned to look at him and couldn't help paling. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator's complexion turned incomparably black, as if he had been poisoned. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. The next moment, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly flew out from the top of this man's head, circled around a few times in the air, and shot towards the middle-aged man sitting by the window. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed this burst of energy into his abdomen. Strangely, the middle-aged man's skinny body, after swallowing this burst of energy, suddenly expanded, and although he was still thin, he was no longer as terrifying as before. With a bang, the black-faced cultivator fell to the floor, his vitality completely gone. A chill rose from everyone's heart, making all the cultivator feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No one knew how he died, but after seeing the scene just now, no matter who it was clear that this was definitely the work of that terrifying middle-aged man. A terrifying, cold, dark, and murderous aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire restaurant. The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly, and a strange laughter came from his throat. When the laughter entered everyone's ears, all the cultivators' blood boiled, and their faces instantly flushed red, as if their blood was boiling in an instant. Keek! The laughter became louder and louder, more and more rampant, and incomparably strange and sinister. "This old man is hungry, and since you've come knocking, then this old man won't hold back. If the young master comes to investigate in the future, this old man will have an excuse," the middle-aged man said, and his body didn't move. Pa pa pa, balls of light like blooming red roses exploded in the cultivator's body one after another, their internal organs spilling out, and blood splattering all over the floor. Every time someone died, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye would fly out from those dismembered corpses and be swallowed by the middle-aged man in one gulp. The middle-aged man's thin body also began to swell, and gradually, he became somewhat handsome. The only thing that didn't change was the coldness and malice in his long and narrow eyes. In an instant, the second floor of the restaurant became a hellish existence, and more than 20 cultivators died an unnatural death. Those who survived trembled and didn't even have the courage to resist. With a begging expression on their faces, they looked at the middle-aged man, and they were about to cry. "You're not full yet." The middle-aged man patted his stomach and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He glanced at the dozen or so people who were still alive, and his expression was restless. Being stared at like this, all of them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing vigorously and begging for mercy. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and for some reason, he didn't kill them all. Instead, his body flashed, and he turned into a black fog and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, those who were still alive looked at each other, and some of them didn't know why this cruel guy would let them go. With the personality and cruel temperament he showed, he wouldn't even frown if he killed more than a dozen people, but he didn't do so. Looking at each other, everyone was surprised to find that the group of people who were still alive seemed to be the ones who supported Yongkai just now, and those who opposed Yongkai were all dead. They couldn't help but feel lucky to have survived a disaster. Looking at the tragic and bloody scene around them, everyone couldn't help but turn pale, and they directly vomited all the food they had just eaten. These cultivators were also people who licked the blood off their blades and hung their heads on their belts, but none of them had seen such a horrible scene. Those who had died had all been turned into minced meat. Outside Stone City, a black fog suddenly appeared and the middle-aged man slowly appeared. Glancing towards War City 1,000 kilometers away, a grin appeared on his face as he muttered softly, "I haven't seen young master for so long. I wonder how he's doing. If this old master goes over like this, won't he be scared?" Startled, the middle-aged man secretly thought to himself, "I don't know if young master will blame me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed in the ash-gray cloud evil land for so long." Chapter 472. Thinking of the young master, the middle-aged man's expression became somewhat complicated. In fact, the relationship between him and the young master was not harmonious at all. When they first met, the middle-aged man had tried to seize the latter's body as a soul, but he had never expected to be restrained by the young master's brand and be controlled by him instead. After that, the middle-aged man spent a period of time as a slave. During that time, the middle-aged man was docile and loyal on the surface, but in reality, he was constantly trying to escape from the young master's slavery and regain his freedom. But as time passed, the middle-aged man gradually discovered the huge potential hidden in the young master. Although he had not recovered much of his memory, he was still able to see. The young master was different from an ordinary cultivator. He was shrouded in a variety of mysterious auras. Even though the two of them spent day and night together, the middle-aged man was unable to see through these mysteries and instead became more and more confused, allowing him to gradually restrain his thoughts and secretly look forward to the young master's growth. Then, after finding this demon body under the coiling dragon stream, the young master was relieved to let his soul enter it. To be honest, at that time, the middle-aged man was a little worried that the young master would suspect him. If he did not allow him to enter this demon body, the middle-aged man might really hold a grudge against him and try to get rid of his control. Fortunately, the young master allowed it. This made the middle-aged man very grateful at that time. Thinking about it carefully, the young master seemed to have treated him well, so for this demon body, the middle-aged man felt the need to help him. After all, his soul still had the young master's brand, so if he provoked the young master, only death awaited him. The middle-aged man made up his mind. The middle-aged man's expression became firm, and he no longer hesitated. However, going there alone seemed to be a bit inappropriate. If the young master asked, would he tell him that he had forgotten the agreement engraved on the stone wall while he was in the ash-gray cloud evil land? Frowning for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly spread out his vast spiritual energy. His original intention was to see if there was any excuse nearby that he could use. However, after spreading out his divine sense, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated and seemed to have come from a certain place in the distance. A familiar divine soul fluctuation came to him. The middle-aged man's expression couldn't help becoming surprised as he glanced over, suddenly remembering something. He chuckled softly and his figure flashed. He was wrapped in a black light and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. 100 miles away, a group of people were fleeing in panic. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 30 of them, but the leader was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator. The rest of them weren't Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators. All around them, quite a few figures were flying at high speed, surrounding this group of people. However, they did not immediately kill them. They just followed them closely. As for the martial artists that were following them, they did not seem to be from the same group. There were several batches. These groups of people were also wary of each other. These people are really annoying. They've been following us for more than 10 days, and we still can't shake them off. In the crowd, a pretty girl complained as she ran. This is troublesome. A man next to her smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach War City like this. Brother, what should we do? The girl asked anxiously. Let's take one step at a time. The man obviously didn't have any good ideas and could only follow behind his sect elder. While the two were talking, another woman with a cold expression leaned forward. This woman had a slender figure and a graceful waist. Just by looking at her appearance, she was a rare beauty. However, what made people feel strange was that this woman's pair of jade hands were wrapped in a white ribbon. It was impossible to see what her hands looked like. Not only her, but in this group of people, many of them had their hands wrapped in white bands, as if they were hiding some unspeakable secret. Brother Tao, if we really can't do this, let's separate. The woman's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. After being chased for so many days, she was truly angry. Those people's goal is our Ghost King Valley. If we separate, they won't bother your treasure instrument sect. Tao Yang heard this and shook his head. Junior Sister Long, your thinking is too simple. Do you really think these people are only targeting your Ghost King Valley? Although that's not entirely the case, we also have a certain responsibility. Long Shan's expression darkened. She wasn't a fool. Naturally, she knew that the main reason this group of people had chased them and threatened them from time to time, but didn't directly attack was because they didn't want to offend Treasure Instrument Sect. Ghost King Valley was just a legitimate excuse for them to come here. This time, she was afraid they had made a mistake. A few months ago, news of the Inheritance War had spread to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so the people from Ghost King Valley had naturally heard about it. Like Qin Shueshu and the others, when Lung Shan heard Yang Kai's name, she also had some doubts, wondering if this Yang family's youngest young lord was the same one she knew. Later, after many inquiries, she confirmed it. Lung Shan's status in Ghost King Valley wasn't low, so she immediately asked Ghostly to allow her to lead the sect's people to participate in the Inheritance War. Ghostly refused. After all, Ghost King Valley was a sect of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. If a disciple rashly left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they would certainly not have a good end. How could he dare participate in the central capital Yang family's inheritance war? Not only did he refuse, but he also locked Long Shan up and ordered her not to come out until she broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Later, her brother Chen Yi and Cheng Ying secretly released her. The three of them gathered a group of brothers who had received Yang Kai's kindness in the Evil Cavern and secretly left Ghost King Valley to rush to the central capital. All of this was to repay Yang Kai for saving their lives again and again. That time in the Evil Cavern, if not for Yang Kai, these Ghost King Valley disciples would have died 1,000 times over. However, the mark of a Ghost King Valley disciple was too obvious. That pair of pale, bloodless ghost hands, once seen, would be immediately recognized as an evil sect disciple. If an evil sect disciple was wandering outside, then they would be killed. Therefore, the Ghost King Valley disciples wrapped their hands in white cloth. Although it looked strange, it could at least conceal their identity. In addition to Long Shan, who had left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land once, the others had never gone out before. So after leaving the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they were like headless flies. Finally, after thinking about it, Chen Yi decided to first go to Treasure Instrument Sect to find Tao Yang and use Treasure Instrument Sect as a cover to travel to the central capital. In his opinion, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument Sect would definitely help Yang Kai. Tao Yang had long since received Yang Kai's messenger, but had been unable to convince the elders in the sect. Relying only on the few brothers who knew Yang Kai, they wouldn't be able to offer much help. When the Ghost King Valley disciples arrived at Treasure Instrument Sect, Tao Yang was in a terrible state, but when he saw Long Shan, Chen Yi, and the others, He was overjoyed and quickly arranged for them to quietly stay in Treasure Instrument Sect. For the next period of time, Longshan and the others and Tao Yang spent every day coaxing and persuading the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect. Their efforts paid off, and they were finally able to convince the sect elders. Quickly setting out. Just as they stepped out of Treasure Instrument Sect, they were targeted by several groups of people. Outside of Treasure Instrument Sect, every day was bustling with activity, just like the situation in Medicine King's Valley. The number of cultivators who came to request artifact refining was innumerable, but these few groups of people were somewhat unusual. They only followed Treasure Instrument Sect but didn't come up to speak, causing many people to be very suspicious. After being tracked for a day, an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help but ask. He soon learned that these groups of people were actually sent by the Yang family young lords to persuade them to join. The group from Medicine King's Valley had already been recruited by Yang Kai, so these artifact refining masters from Treasure Instrument Sect were naturally in high demand. Whether it was Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, or even Yang Wei, all of them had sent their own people. But how could Tao Yang and the others accept their offers? After refusing, this group of people didn't become anxious and instead continued to follow them while remaining vigilant, making it clear that even if they couldn't win them over, others wouldn't either. After following them for a few days, these people finally found an opportunity. A disciple from Ghost King Valley accidentally exposed his identity, immediately causing these groups of people to become restless. Senior Wu, as long as you hand over those people from Ghost King Valley, we won't embarrass your noble sect. After all, your noble sect's artifact refining techniques are unrivaled in this world. Who knows, in the future, we'll have to trouble you. Among the group of people on the left, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage master said with a smile. This sentence was immediately echoed by the others, all of them nodding in agreement, all of them expressing their stance, implying that as long as Treasure Instrument Sect handed over the Ghost King Valley disciples, they wouldn't spread the news of their collusion with evil sect. Wu Yin, who was leading the charge, simply snorted and didn't respond. How could he not see the intentions of this group of people? It was precisely because he saw through their intentions that he was extremely disdainful. Tao Yang, get over here. Wu Yin had nowhere to vent his anger, so he shouted towards the back of the group. Tao Yang's neck shrank as he immediately rushed forward and respectfully asked, "Martial Uncle, what instructions do you have for me?" Wu Yin sneered meaningfully, "You little brat, you've grown up and your courage has grown. Daring to accept those people from Ghost King Valley, what do you want your martial uncle to say about you?" Wu Yin had only learned of their true identities a few days ago after that Ghost King Valley disciple exposed himself. If he had known earlier, how could the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect have allowed Longshan and the others to live in the sect? Tao Yang didn't seem to care and just grinned meaningfully. "Martial Uncle, when junior sister Zhao Rong and I went to the evil cavern last time, it was all thanks to them that we were able to take care of us. If not for them, I'm afraid we would have already died." Wu Yin glared at him. "Wasn't the one who took care of you Yang Kai? How did you suddenly become a member of Ghost King Valley? Which one of your words is true?" "I took care of them. I took care of them," Tao Yang said with an indifferent expression. "Besides, Martial Uncle, our Treasure Instrument Sect is the same as Medicine King's Valley. We open our doors to do business. We have friends everywhere. What evil sect or orthodox sect? Why would we care?" "Humph. In any case, since you've caused this trouble, you better solve it for this old master. Otherwise, when we go back this time, I'll expel you from the sect." "Martial Uncle, don't be like that. I'm still trying to think of a way." Tao Yang suddenly looked depressed. "You'd better think of a way." Chapter 473. Although he said so, in fact, Tao Yang didn't have much confidence. This group of Ghost King Valley disciples were all young, and none of them had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. On the other hand, although Treasure Instrument Sect had several Immortal Ascension boundary masters and carried a wide array of artifacts, if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be the opponents of this group. If he could secretly send someone out to inform Yang Kai, Tao Yang believed that as long as Yang Kai learned about the situation here, he would definitely bring a large number of people to greet them. As long as he was in charge, entering War City would be easy. However, right now, there was no chance for him to send out a message. Brother Tao, I'm sorry you were scolded by Senior Wu. Lung Shan said guiltily. She, Chen Yi, and the others really had no other choice but to seek out Tao Yang. After all, when they first left the evil cavern, Tao Yang and the others had stayed in Ghost King Valley for some time, so they were quite familiar with each other. It doesn't matter, Martial Uncle was just saying that. He's not willing to expel me from the sect. Tao Yang smiled and waved his hand. Treasure Instrument Sect had very few members, only 100 in total. Each generation of disciples had undergone an extremely strict selection process, even stricter than Medicine King's valleys. However, every disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect had unparalleled talent and achievements in the artifact refining Dao, and among this generation, Tao Yang was one of the top masters. Treasure Instrument Sect's future depended on him, so how could Wu Yin be willing to expel him from the sect? Saying so, Tao Yang's expression became gloomy. 5 groups of people escorting the sect leader appeared to be quite impressive, but in reality, they were quite frustrating. If they fought, they couldn't beat them, and if they spoke, they certainly wouldn't listen to them. Moreover, as time went by, as they got closer and closer to War City, these 5 groups of people gradually lost their patience, and when they exchanged looks, it was as if a storm was brewing. After all, Treasure Instrument Sect's status was not as stable as Medicine King's valleys, so no one dared to offend them. However, although Treasure Instrument Sect had a good reputation, some people still didn't put it in their eyes. Over the years, it was unknown how many great forces had secretly tried to annex Treasure Instrument Sect. Plots and machinations, open spears and hidden arrows, one after another. Fortunately, Treasure Instrument Sect had accumulated a lot of connections, so every time a disaster occurred, they were able to resolve it. However, this situation couldn't continue for a long time. They needed the protection of a transcendent force's name. It was for this reason. The elders of Treasure Instrument Sect had agreed to Tao Yang's request to participate in the Inheritance War. As long as they negotiated terms with Yang Kai, helping him wasn't impossible. The group flew forward for another half an hour. War City's sect. At this distance, the 5 groups sent out by the Yang family young lords were already showing signs of impatience, exchanging glances with each other. Yang was sect, Yang sect. S's sect. The sects. There's sects good sects Sex's elders. Sect. T's sect. Sect, S sect, I. Hearing this, Wu Yan's face turned cold and he shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" The man chuckled and said, "Good and evil cannot coexist. We only want to punish evil and eliminate evil. Mr. Wu, it's best to let your sect's disciples know their place. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen if you accidentally injure them." Wu Yin sneered, "I'm afraid that the youngsters behind me are all from the evil sects, right? Regardless of whether they attack or not, you will still capture them." How could this be? The man slowly shook his head. At the very least, I know who your esteemed sect's eldest disciple is, Tao Yang. As for whether or not the others are disciples of the evil sects, we'll know once we capture them and interrogate them. At this point, no matter who it was, everyone understood that these people were using the name of suppressing Ghost King Valley to deal with Treasure Instrument Sect. They wouldn't kill anyone. They would only capture Treasure Instrument Sect's young lords and make them serve the Yang family's young lords. Not to mention, if a fight really broke out, would Tao Yang and the others not make a move? Once he made a move, it would give the other party a legitimate excuse to arrest him. The twists and turns of this plan were already laid out in the open. Wu Yan's expression sank as he whispered, "It looks like Treasure Instrument Sect won't be able to avoid this disaster this time. When the fight breaks out, run if you can. Don't resist, they won't kill you. Tao Yang, quickly go to War City and find Yang Kai and ask him to deal with this matter." "Disciple will remember," Tao Yang quickly responded. "Tell him that if my Treasure Instrument Sect suffers a single casualty, don't expect this old master to refine artifacts for him in the future." Wu Yin reiterated again. "It looks like Mr. Wu has already considered this." The man urged again, lightly snorting. Since that's the case, then we'll have to offend you." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 groups of people set out almost at the same time, all of them aiming at the Treasure Instrument sect disciples in the crowd. Treasure Instrument sect had dispatched more than 20 people this time, so after dividing them up, it wasn't a small number. At the very least, when they returned to War City, they would be able to answer to the Yang family young lords. The people from Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley also stopped in their tracks, but just as they were about to scatter according to Wu Yan's instructions, a figure suddenly appeared above their heads. This person's appearance was quite strange. No one could see how he had appeared, as if he had been hiding himself and was floating above everyone's heads. When this figure appeared, an extremely terrifying divine sense power suddenly enveloped the entire area. The 5 groups of people who had been attacking suddenly stopped, each of them showing a frightened expression as they hurriedly pushed their yuan qi to resist this terrifying pressure, all pairs of eyes trembling violently as they stared at this person in disbelief. On the other hand, the people from Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley wore puzzled expressions. Especially Long Shan, when this person appeared, she seemed to have sensed some fluctuations in her mind, but when she tried to investigate more carefully, those fluctuations disappeared. Staring straight at the middle-aged man floating in the air, Long Shan's brow furrowed slightly. The other party also glanced over at her casually, actually showing a friendly smile before immediately turning his eyes away. His eyes becoming cold, a cruel, bloodthirsty, and gloomy aura spread out as the middle-aged man grinned wickedly, bullying the weak with numbers. Interesting. His attitude was thought-provoking, neither friendly nor hostile, as if he was just a passing master who had come to watch the fun. No one dared to answer. Under the cover of this terrifying and gloomy spiritual energy, even the slightest movement or change in demeanor could lead to bad consequences. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. The faces of the 5 groups of people were extremely ugly, as if they were walking on thin ice, not daring to move. Pairs of eyes stared at the middle-aged man with fear, and beads of sweat gradually flowed down their foreheads. "Are you all mutes?" The middle-aged man's expression became cold as he coldly shouted. It was like a clap of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of buzzing. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and when they looked forward again, their expressions became more and more frightened. If they didn't speak to break this deadlock, they were afraid this situation would become impossible to end. After realizing this, the most powerful experts in the 5 groups of people glanced at each other. The person on the left braced himself, and with a respectful expression, he cupped his hands and asked, "Dare I ask for your esteemed name?" "We are from Thunder Province's Dingguang sect." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man, his brow wrinkling as he said with some displeasure, "Dingguang sect? Never heard of it." Dingguang sect was also a first-class force, but now it was being evaluated as a third-rate force. But the middle-aged man didn't dare show the slightest anger and simply smiled. "We are temporarily serving the Central Capital's Yang family's second young master." In his opinion, this middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable and his magic qi reached the heavens, so he was definitely a character with eyes at the top of his head. Since Dingguang's sect didn't enter his eyes, the Central Capital's Yang family couldn't be the same, right? Bringing up the second young master's name might make this middle-aged man retreat. Second young master? Sure enough, when the middle-aged man heard these 3 words, he couldn't help showing a look of interest. "What is the Yang family's second young master called?" "Yang Zhao." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, his expression relaxing, thinking that his words just now had some effect. "What about you?" The middle-aged man turned to look at the other groups of people. None of them dared to neglect and scrambled to report the sect they belonged to and the name of the young master they served. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, who had a smile on his face, after hearing these people report their names, his expression gradually became unpleasant, like the eve of a storm. "Shit." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts, their palms and feet becoming wet with sweat. "None of you seem to be working for Yang Kai?" The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a sneer, his expression as cold as a blade. "Senior, We're going to help Yang Kai. Tao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, he had also noticed this subtle message. HM? The middle-aged man looked down and couldn't help smiling. Good, good, good. You have good eyesight, little brat. Good, good. If you follow Yang Kai well, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Many thanks for senior's praise. Tao Yang smiled happily. Wu Yan's face was cold as he glared at him fiercely. Tao Yang's performance just now was clearly that of a coward who only knew how to curry favor with others. This was simply a loss of face for Treasure Instrument Sect. Good, since you're going to seek refuge with Yang Kai, this old master can't just sit back and watch. The middle-aged man nodded gently and waved his hand. Your safety. This old master will be responsible for it. Hearing this, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them showed joy. None of them had expected that such a powerful master would appear at this critical juncture to protect them, all of them feeling extremely grateful. On the contrary, the 5 groups of people all wore gloomy expressions and didn't dare to act rashly. After experiencing the power of this man's spiritual energy, they naturally knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The man who spoke before cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. Since your excellency has come forward, we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Saying so, he waved his hand and retreated vigilantly. Chapter 474. The 5 groups had only taken a few steps back when a burst of strange laughter rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Did this old master allow you to leave? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light, his voice low, a gloomy aura spreading from his body, causing everyone present to shiver. Everyone's expression changed, suddenly becoming extremely ugly, none of them daring to act rashly. What other advice does this sir have? The man who had just spoken frowned and asked, secretly circulating his strength. Originally, this old master was in a good mood today and was too lazy to kill. The middle-aged man smiled calmly, his expression relaxed. But you people have eyes but fail to see. Short-sighted rats, taking refuge with someone you shouldn't have. So this old master can't just ignore it. Hearing the meaning of his words, the faces of the 5 groups became even uglier. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master coldly snorting. Our actions do not need to be judged by your excellency. Although your excellency is strong, there are so many of us here. Do you really want to kill us all? As they spoke, the 5 groups gradually gathered together, all of them staring towards the middle-aged man with dignified expressions, clearly indicating that they would live or die together. In the face of such a master, they had no choice but to act, hoping that the other party would quit while they were ahead and retreat. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man not only didn't feel this situation was troublesome, his expression instead becoming more and more excited, nodding repeatedly, good, good. With so many people, I can finally kill them all. As he spoke, his expression became fierce as he spread out his hands. Slowly lifting them, he grinned, blood seals the heavens. Behind him, a crimson light suddenly flashed, and the crimson light shot out like an arrow towards the place where the 5 groups of people were gathered. No one was able to react, caught off guard and enveloped by this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of scarlet. Not only had the sky become a dazzling red, the ground under his feet seemed to be made of fresh blood as well. Blood bubbles the size of wash basins kept popping out and bursting. The explosion caused everyone's body to be covered in blood, making them look terrifying. The sound of rustling filled the air. It was like an Azura purgatory. What is this? The 5 groups of people immediately panicked. They had never seen such a strange and sinister martial skill before. With one move, even the surrounding environment changed. In the midst of the chaos, they all activated their Yuan Qi, activated their body movement skills, and equipped themselves with secret treasures in an attempt to escape the shackles of this blood-red world. Who would have thought that the blood on the ground seemed to have a huge suction force that firmly sucked them to the ground, making them unable to move at all? The ground he was standing on. It was as if it had turned into a swamp. The more they moved, the faster they sank. Gigi. The middle-aged man laughed strangely again. his face full of joy as he enjoyed the ugly and helpless expressions of the people struggling in the sea of blood. His long and narrow eyes even bloomed with a strange light. He seemed to be extremely excited. The people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were also shocked, all of them staring towards the blood sea, their eyes trembling violently. Everyone knew that this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was very powerful, but no one knew that he was this powerful. With just one move, 5 groups of people had fallen into a desperate situation. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength at all and had only casually attacked. Ghost King Valley itself was an evil sect, and the martial skills and secret arts they cultivated were also gloomy and sinister. But when Long Shan and the others compared their sect's martial skills to the scene in front of them, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Looking at the blood-red sea, the Ghost King Valley disciples all felt a chill run down their spines and their souls tremble. The artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect all paled. Only Wu Yin suppressed the throbbing in his heart and glanced over at the middle-aged man. He suddenly discovered that this middle-aged man didn't seem to be a good person either. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator trapped in the blood sea began to change. These people, no matter how strong they were, no matter how high their cultivation was, all of them became ferocious, their eyes bloodshot and filled with panic. The look of panic disappeared from their faces, replaced by infinite madness and murderous intent. It was as if the cruelty and evilness hidden in the sea of blood had affected their hearts. Kill! Someone roared, using their martial skills and artifacts to cover their companions, directly turning them into headless corpses. Kill! 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 The 5 groups of people seemed to have been possessed by the devil. They didn't recognize anyone, and they kept shouting and fighting desperately with the people around them. Corpses fell one after another, the blood that flowed out making the blood sea even redder. The smell of blood filled the air. The middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying a great show, his brow overflowing with joy and happiness. Broken limbs flew everywhere, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The several female disciples from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley couldn't help pulling out their handkerchiefs and rushing to the side to retch, vomiting all the bitter water in their mouths. They had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. It had long exceeded their psychological threshold. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced over at them, chuckled, and no longer paid them any attention. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the 5 groups of people who had been shrouded in the blood sea had almost all died, leaving only the immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had just spoken. In the end, he was the strongest of them all. Although he was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage cultivator, compared to the others, whether it was his personal cultivation or martial skills, he was far superior. But even if he had survived, at this moment, he was no longer the same person he had been before. This man's eyes were extremely red, like a beast that had been trapped in a cage for thousands of years without freedom, his nostrils exuding a fiery aura, his face filled with infinite murderous intent, staring left and right as he stood above the blood sea. His consciousness had been annihilated, and now he was nothing more than a walking corpse obeying his killing instincts. Good. Since you've survived, this old master will spare your life. The middle-aged man laughed, waving his hands and sending out a series of mysterious seals towards the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body. As these seals were sent out, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body seemed to transform into a vortex, madly swallowing the blood around him. This bizarre scene caused the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect to be shocked again. With the infusion of blood, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body and face gradually began to change. His body began to swell up, and his face became distorted. Even on his forehead, there was a large bump. After a long time, all the blood had been poured into his body, and at this moment, it was basically impossible to see his original appearance. This immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body was blood red. Like a hot iron, his face blurred, only his eyes exuding a terrifying light. Wu Yin was shocked by this middle-aged man's bizarre methods, but after a brief examination, he discovered that this immortal ascension boundary 6th stage cultivator was now exuding a shocking amount of yuan qi, and his aura had also become violent, manic, and cruel. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the immortal ascension boundary master roared towards the sky, a beastly roar coming from his mouth, causing the clouds in the sky to change color as a huge mass of clouds gathered above his head and a red light shot out from the large bump on his forehead, piercing through the heavens. Not bad, this old master didn't raise you with his blood in vain. The middle-aged man snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the immortal ascension boundary master actually transformed into a blood-red light and flew into his palm, disappearing from sight. Everyone was dumbfounded. The methods this middle-aged man had used one after another were completely unheard of, as if they didn't belong to this world. After witnessing this man's cruelty and ruthlessness, the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect couldn't help feeling like they had just escaped from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's den. This man had killed those 5 groups of people as easily as crushing a group of ants, so why would he even need to blink an eye to kill them? Unexpectedly, after the middle-aged man withdrew his blood-red light, his previous ferocious expression disappeared and he landed on the ground, smiling towards the crowd and saying, "Good, clean up the trash, let's go." No one dared to move, all of them staring at this middle-aged man with fear and horror. The middle-aged man also noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right and smiled. "Are you afraid I'll kill you?" Wu Yin couldn't help lightly coughing, an awkward expression appearing on his face as he hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare. Your Excellency has saved our lives. We wouldn't dare speculate." "Don't worry, since you're going to help Yang Kai, I won't do anything to you. I'm also going to find Yang Kai. Heh." The middle-aged man's expression was gentle, causing many people to relax. Suddenly changing the topic, the middle-aged man let out a strange laugh. "But if you go to help the other Yang family young lords, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." The relaxed atmosphere once again became tense. Wu Yin quickly said, No, we're going to seek refuge with young Lord Kai." In his heart, however, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of people this Yang family's youngest young lord had met. Could this man in front of him be the legendary demon lord? Among the crowd, Long Shan hesitated for a long time before bravely stepping forward, staring at the middle-aged man and whispering, "Many thanks for Senior's help just now. May I ask Senior's name?" Wu Yan's ears twitched and he quickly held his breath to listen. "This old master is called Dian. This old master's surname is D. So, it's Senior D." Long Shan didn't dare to ask further, simply asking suspiciously, "Senior D, have we met somewhere before?" Chen Yi, Cheng Ying, and the others couldn't help feeling shocked, quickly glancing towards Long Shan. This middle-aged man didn't look like a good person at first glance. His methods were extremely cruel, thousands of times crueler than those of Ghost King Valley. What was wrong with his junior sister, actually wanting to get close to him? It was too late to avoid him. However, the middle-aged man who claimed to be surnamed D actually smiled and nodded. "We've met before." Long Shan became even more confused, her brow furrowing as a puzzled look appeared on her pretty face. "Then why don't I have any impression of you at all, only faintly feeling that Senior is familiar?" Chapter 475. Long Shan was also a rising star of Ghost King Valley, and although her memory wasn't perfect, she was still able to remember where she had seen and what kind of people. In particular, this strange Senior D was so powerful. If she had really met him before, how could Long Shan forget? However, Long Shan couldn't remember. Moreover, this kind of familiarity wasn't just a sense of familiarity, it was just a feeling. If she really thought about it, the feeling this Senior D gave her was somewhat similar to that of ZMO from Tianlang Dynasty. She and ZMO felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because Yang Kai had left his brand on her soul. So why did this Senior D give her the same feeling? Since he was so powerful, how could Yang Kai have left his brand on her soul? Long Shan secretly shook her head, thinking that her guess was a bit ridiculous. The Senior D actually grinned meaningfully and replied, "This old master has seen you before, but you haven't seen this old master before." Long Shan was even more confused and didn't ask any more questions. "Good, let's walk and talk." This place is only 800 kilometers away from War City. We should be able to reach it before dark. The senior D waved his hand and led the way. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all glanced at each other hesitantly. Wu Yin was even more hesitant, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Let's follow." This man was too powerful, and regardless of what reason he had for helping them, if he really wanted to kill them, with the means he had just displayed, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this time, it was best to follow this man's wishes. The truth of the matter would naturally become clear once they reached War City. The group of more than 30 people, all of them trembling in fear as they followed. After walking for some distance, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around. Waving to Long Shan, he called out, "Little girl, come here." Long Shan nodded and stepped forward, but Chunny hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." And Long Shan didn't show any signs of worry and calmly walked forward, walking side by side with the middle-aged man, respectfully asking, "What is Senior's order?" Heh. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at her. He urged, "Relax." Long Shan still didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man open his hand and grab him. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but before Yuan Qi could gather, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, causing Long Shan's expression to change when she looked over. She discovered the Ghost King seal in her body. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man managed to pull it out. The illusory soul struggled and wriggled in the middle-aged man's hand, howling incessantly. But he couldn't break free. Ghost King Valley had a martial skill that everyone could practice, and that was the Ghost King seal. They were spirits that were born in the land of ghosts. They were subdued and refined by a Ghost King Valley disciple using a special method and were constantly fed with their own essence, chi, and soul, growing alongside their master. When facing the enemy, they would be able to launch a surprise attack. It could be said that when a Ghost King Valley disciple's cultivation reached a profound level, when fighting, it was always 2 against 1. However, Long Shan's group of young disciples was different. For the time being, they hadn't cultivated the Ghost King seal to that level and couldn't display its full power. No one had ever been able to forcibly pull the Ghost King seal out of a Ghost King Valley disciple's body, but this master surnamed D had done so. Long Shan didn't even notice. Just as she was about to ask, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist which hit the Ghost King seal. The howling and struggling Ghost King seal seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and instantly calmed down. Not only did it no longer have any of its previous agitation, but it also seemed to be enjoying itself, its twisted facial features showing a look of extreme satisfaction and joy. Long Shan couldn't help being startled and quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. "Here you go." The middle-aged man smiled and released the Ghost King seal back into Long Shan's body. "Junior sister." Qian Yi imprinted the scene just now into his eyes and was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, rushing over to protect Long Shan and glaring at the middle-aged man. "Your courage isn't small." The middle-aged man sneered. Long Shan quickly said, "I'm fine, brother. You've misunderstood. This senior just helped me a great deal." As she spoke, her expression became one of joy and excitement. "What do you mean?" Chunny asked curiously. "My Ghost King seal fell into a deep sleep," Long Shan explained. "What?" Chun Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Ghost King seal's spirit body grew as its owner grew, just like a snake shedding its skin. Every time it fell into a deep sleep, its strength would greatly increase when it awoke. Strictly speaking, the Ghost King seal in Long Shan's body had already evolved 3 times. The next time it would evolve was when she broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. At that time, the Ghost King seal's strength would not be inferior to an ordinary Immortal Ascension boundary master. But now, this evolution, which should have taken at least 1 or 2 years, had been abruptly brought forward. Long Shan even felt that after this evolution, the Ghost King seal's spirit body would undergo earth-shattering changes. This was no ordinary hibernation evolution. And all of this was because of the black, missed the master surname D had spat out. Many thanks, senior. Lung Shan was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. No need, just consider it your reward for helping Yang Kai. Treat your spirit body well. When it wakes up, it will develop sentience and become your most loyal partner, Master D said earnestly. Develop sentience? The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples all opened their mouths in disbelief. The Ghost King Seal's spirit body developing sentience wasn't just empty talk. In the records of Ghost King Valley, such a thing had indeed happened, but it was a senior who had cultivated to the above immortal ascension boundary several hundred years ago. The current Valley Master of Ghost King Valley, Gue Li's spirit body, had not yet developed sentience. Only now did everyone realize how precious this gift was. Long Shan's face flushed with excitement as she bit her thin lip, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she asked softly, Senior D, what is your relationship with Yang Kai? He is my young master. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, almost spilling the beans. So, you're from the Yang family? Long Shan's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, that's hard to say. The middle-aged man replied ambiguously. Senior. Chunny walked up, nodding his head and scratching his cheeks as he said, You see, like junior sister, we all want to help Yang Kai. The middle-aged man glanced over at him and snorted. Do you think helping your spirit body evolve is as simple as blowing a breath of air? That will cost this old master a great deal of cultivation. Chen Yi's face went black as he felt extremely embarrassed, but he was also reluctant to give up. If he cultivated on his own, even if he died, it would be impossible for his spirit body to evolve sentience and become a legendary existence. With such a great opportunity in front of him, if he didn't grasp it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But since this old man had said so, Chunyi really didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, But today this old master is in a good mood, so I'll help you little brats. Seeing this turn of events, Chunyi was so excited that he couldn't help expressing his gratitude, constantly beckoning to those behind him, Come here, everyone come here. The remaining few Ghost King Valley disciples all rushed up with smiles on their faces, constantly calling out, Senior. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, pulling the Ghost King seals out of their bodies one by one, blowing on them and putting them back. After a short time, the process was complete. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples glanced at each other and saw the excitement and expectation in each other's eyes. Just now, when they heard this middle-aged man speak, they didn't feel anything special. But now that the Ghost King Seal's spirit body had returned, everyone was aware that this time's evolution was bound to lead to a qualitative leap forward. So they were all looking forward to the future. This time, they had really made a big profit. They hadn't even arrived in War City and hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face, but halfway through, they had encountered a master who had a relationship with Yang Kai and had received such a big gift. If they really arrived in War City, they would be able to interact with this senior all the time and receive guidance from him. The opportunities of the Ghost King Valley disciples made the people from Treasure Instrument Sect extremely envious. Tao Yang eagerly rushed up, grinning mischievously, Senior, we are also going to help Kai Yang. Did you? Heh. What do you want? The middle-aged man didn't get angry and just looked at him with a smile. Tao Yang's expression became serious as he asked, Does Senior have a way to improve the purity of my Yuan Qi? It would be best if I could improve it by 1 or 2 levels. An artifact refiner's artifact refining and an alchemist's alchemy were both based on the same principle. Both had high requirements for the purity and condensation of one's Yuan Qi. Tao Yang wasn't a Ghost King Valley disciple, but rather an artifact refiner, so naturally he could only ask for an improvement in this aspect. Hearing his request, the middle-aged man sneered, This old master can't help you with this kind of thing. Everything depends on your own efforts. Is that so? Tao Yang couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But, I just heard those people call you from Treasure Instrument Sect, right? And then this old master can give you a few pointers on the artifact refining path, heh. I just don't know if you'll be enlightened or not. Wu Yin couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Although this middle-aged man was powerful and had a strange personality, when it came to artifact refining, no one in this world could compare to Treasure Instrument Sect, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Of course, Wu Yin didn't take him seriously and thought he was just showing off. Senior also understands artifact refining? Tao Yang's eyes lit up. The old man surnamed D nodded gently. I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. However, it's still enough to give you pointers. This time, even Tao Yang's expression became strange, not knowing what to say next. Someone actually dared to show off their artifact refining skills in front of Treasure Instrument Sect. This was the biggest joke in the world. The other party's methods were cruel and ruthless, so if he were to lose face, he would likely become enraged and start a massacre. With no other choice, Tao Yang could only grit his teeth and humbly ask for advice in order to satisfy this old man's request. Chapter 476. Tao Yang didn't have much hope and was only afraid of angering this master, so he pretended to be humble and asked for advice. However, after talking with this master for a while, Tao Yang couldn't help his expression becoming dignified. He found that this middle-aged man really wasn't a specialist in artifact refining, and it was very likely that he rarely refined artifacts himself. However, some of the techniques and artifact refining he had mastered far exceeded Tao Yang's own understanding and experience. Many of these things were completely unheard of, far beyond the current level of artifact refining. This time, not only was Tao Yang shocked, even Wu Yin, who had been somewhat disdainful before, finally put on a serious expression and listened attentively. After half an hour, Wu Yin finally couldn't hold back and joined in, putting forward his own views on the problems of artifact refining. The master surnamed D's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. Inside War City, Yang Kai's mansion, inside the little senior sister's room, Yang Kai took a deep breath and the bone shield in his hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Refining a mysterious great artifact took Yang Kai a full 5 days, and this was only possible under the continuous supply of true Yang Yuan Qi. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to refine a mysterious great artifact. As the bone shield entered his body, Yang Kai instantly understood its structure and functions, frowning for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Worthy of a mysterious great artifact, the role it could play was not small. If used well, it could be a deadly weapon. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to refine this bone shield first, rather than the mirror or the small sword. Yang Kai naturally had his own considerations. The grade of the mirror was higher than the bone shield, so refining it would definitely take much longer. On the other hand, the small sword was a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai felt that although his divine sense was powerful, he didn't have a knowledge sea, so refining it would definitely be difficult. The bone shield naturally became his first choice. After the bone shield entered his body, he began to understand the mysterious principles and spirit arrays engraved on it. This also allowed Yang Kai to comprehend something, and unconsciously, his Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation surged forward. Yang Kai estimated, if he could refine the mirror into his body, he would definitely be able to advance to Yuan Qi stage 9. After increasing his strength, he wanted to break through the current bottleneck. It was not as simple as the accumulation of power. What was more important was the improvement of one's temperament and understanding of martial arts. Once the latter two met the requirements, the accumulation of power would become very easy. While he was investigating the mysteries of the bone shield, Yang Kai suddenly felt a fluctuation in his mind. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly raised his head and looked out of the door. His face was overflowing with joy. Old bastard, you finally showed up. Yang Kai grinned, slowly got up, opened the door, and walked out. Little Lord. Ingju appeared like a ghost. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Using his divine sense to scan Yang Kai's body, he found that Yang Kai had already recovered, so he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He didn't say anything else and just said, "Cultivate on your own. I don't need you for now." Yes. Ingju's figure gradually faded into the air. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not be surprised by his current situation. It was as if he had already expected that Meng Wuya would be able to lift the Qi binding seal. The door to the next room suddenly opened and Meng Wuya walked out with a dignified expression, staring off into the distance. There's Demon Chi. When Treasurer Ming spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, and I feel a little familiar. You've seen it before. Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, Is it that demon lord? Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. Originally, under the coiling dragon stream, Meng Wuya had pulled the old demon out of Yang Kai's body. At that time, the two of them had been quarreling. Although Meng Wuya hadn't done anything to the old demon and had an overwhelming advantage, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that Meng Wuya was somewhat afraid of the old demon. Since it's him, this old master won't meddle. When he comes, tell him to come see me. Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai was stunned but still nodded gently. Little Yang Kai, don't blame this old master for speaking out of turn, but you'd better be careful of that demon lord. He's not as simple as you think. I know. In addition, tell him to restrain himself. There are 8 masters monitoring War City. His arrival must have alerted those 8 masters. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters of the central capital's 8 great families were monitoring War City, so the old demon's aura couldn't be hidden from them. Although he had his own protection, if he did something too outrageous, those 8 masters would certainly not sit idly by. After Meng Wuya said a few words, he turned around and walked back into the house. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he stepped forward to greet this visitor. He really wanted to know what the old demon had been up to these past few months. Moreover, from what he could sense, not only was the old demon present, but also Long Shan's soul fluctuations. Since Long Shan had come, the people from Ghost King Valley must have also come, something Yang Kai hadn't expected. On the way, Yang Kai met a cultivator who he didn't know which force he belonged to. So he ordered, Go and call Qiu Yiming. Yes. The man nodded and hurried off to find Qiu Yiming. When he reached the gate, the Qiu family's first young lady appeared. A trace of suspicion on her face as she asked, What are you doing? I'm here to pick someone up. Yang Kai replied. Pick someone up? Qiu Yiming's brow furrowed, but she immediately smiled happily. Are there more people coming to join us? More or less. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Qiu Yiming looked at him with a smile. Although she didn't know how he knew, since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Pursing her lips, she said, It's a good thing that more people are coming. Our strength is getting stronger and stronger. The people who came this time are a bit different. You have to arrange things carefully, don't let them have any conflicts with the other forces in the house, and pay more attention to them in the future. What do you mean? Qiu Yiming didn't understand. In the past, no matter what kind of people came, Yang Kai had never said anything like this. Whether it was a super force, a first-class family, or a second-class sect, Yang Kai's attitude was always the same, neither looking down on anyone nor raising anyone. It was because of this equal attitude that everyone in the house felt at ease. But now, he actually wanted her to pay special attention to this new group of people. Qiu Yiming couldn't help wondering, secretly wondering what kind of relationship this new group of people had with Yang Kai. Was it really worth it? They're from the ash-gray cloud evil land, do you understand? Yang Kai glanced at Qiu Yiming. In the Qiu family's first young lady's mind, the figures of 2 women couldn't help appearing. One was a mature beauty, the other was a young girl with a milky white liquid flowing from her mouth. She couldn't help asking, Did the queen bring people here? No, they're from Ghost King Valley. Yang Kai shook his head. Qiu Yiming was stunned for a moment before nodding lightly. I understand. If they were from the ash-gray cloud evil land, then they were evil sect disciples. Perhaps they had some kind of grievance with the sect forces in the house before, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would only lead to trouble. But when did this smelly man have a relationship with Ghost King Valley? Qiu Yiming was once again moved by Yang Kai's wide circle of friends. A short time later, a large group of people appeared in front of the house, a total of more than 30 people. Seeing this, Qiu Yiming couldn't help smiling. Her face was full of smiles. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stood there quietly, his eyes sweeping over a middle-aged man who was leading this group and couldn't help smiling. Glancing behind him, Yang Kai saw the several Ghost King Valley disciples he had encountered in the evil cavern. All of them were present. However, what made Yang Kai feel both surprised and excited was that the people from Treasure Instrument Sect had also come. Not long after the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai had sent a messenger from the Bamboo Knot Gang to deliver a message to his little senior sister, who had immediately rushed over after receiving it. Treasure Instrument Sect had not responded, and as for the other forces in the house, they had all gathered here. All of them had gathered by themselves, not Kai Yang. But now that Tao Yang and the others had finally appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from his heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that these three groups of people had come together. What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that whether it was the people from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them were extremely respectful towards the old demon who was leading this group. What is this old demon doing? Yang Kai frowned. After not seeing each other for so long, the old demon also seemed a little excited, quickly leading the group forward. In front of so many people, the old demon didn't want to reveal the relationship between him and Yang Kai. So he simply cupped his fists and said, "Young master, this old master missed you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I thought you would never come to see me again in this life." The old demon suddenly looked embarrassed and quickly said, "Of course not. This old master came here because there was an accident, heh? We'll talk about your business later." Yang Kai glared at him. Seeing this, old demon Ru Ming hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kai, smiling as he glanced over at Xiao Ming, secretly nodding his head, secretly praising this little girl in his heart for being qualified to warm his young master's bed. Xiao Ming smiled and politely bowed to the old demon. Although this person gave her a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, in the end, he had come to help Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect group were stunned. Along the way, both groups had thoroughly experienced the power and mystery of the old demon. After the Ghost King seals were blown into black mist by him, all of them fell into a deep sleep and were on the verge of evolving. Wu Yin of Treasure Instrument Sect also no longer underestimated old demon. Whether it was his demeanor or his words, he was very respectful towards him. However, such a mysterious, powerful, cruel, and bloody person, when they saw Yang Kai, actually gave them a feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. What was going on? Everyone couldn't figure it out. "Brother Yang, long time no see." After a moment of silence, the Ghost King Valley group and Tao Yang stepped forward to greet him. "Many thanks." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. "It's been a long and tiring journey. Did you encounter anything abnormal along the way?" As he spoke, Yang Kai shot a glance towards Old Demon. He was really afraid that Old Demon would do something that would shock heaven and earth. No, it was just a small trouble. Fortunately, Senior Earth lent us a helping hand, so we were all safe and sound. Everyone replied in unison. After all, how could they have the nerve to reveal Old Demon's cruel methods now? Chapter 477. The atmosphere was harmonious, and everyone was exchanging pleasantries. Qiu Ming observed from the sidelines and found that the 7 or 8 cultivator with their hands wrapped in white cloth gave her a somewhat gloomy feeling and suddenly realized that these people should be the disciples of Ghost King Valley. However, the origins of the rest of these people made Qiu Ming excited. These people were actually artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect. In particular, Qiu Ming was no stranger to the name of Wu Yan. In Treasure Instrument Sect, besides the sect master, this Wu Yan was the most skilled artifact refiner. It was rumored that in order to collect flames for artifact refining, Wu Yan had traveled all over the world, even going as far as to travel to other countries. It took him a full 20 years to obtain what he wanted and refine these heaven and earth spirit flames into his body, forcibly changing his physique and Yuan Qi attributes. This was a top artifact refiner who could refine mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts. In the world of artifact refining, his reputation was not inferior to that of Xiao Fusheng in the world of alchemy. However, artifact refining was much more complex than alchemy. It took a long time and required many more materials. In addition, a cultivator's need for pills was much greater than their need for artifacts. So in terms of reputation, Wu Yin was inferior to Xiao Fusheng. Treasure Instrument Sect was also inferior to Medicine King's Valley. However, this still couldn't erase Wu Yan's super high attainments in artifact refining. In addition to him, Treasure Instrument Sect had brought nearly 20 disciples, all of whom were outstanding artifact refiners. How could Qiu Yiming dare neglect? Together with Yang Kai, she arranged for the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to rest in the mansion, her whole face flushed with excitement. Her steps were light as a feather. Counting with her fingers, Qiu Yiming discovered that the number of helpers Yang Kai had now gathered had reached an incredible level. Not to mention the dozen or so large and small forces, just the addition of Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect was enough to make everyone jealous. How did he do it? Looking at the figure of the man walking in front of her, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help biting her thin lip. She was intoxicated. With her head full of random thoughts, Qiu Yiming followed Yang Kai all the way to the main hall, still unable to recover her senses. Yang Kai kept imagining the beautiful future in his mind, as if a new scroll of painting was slowly unfolding in his hands. That was the beautiful scene of Yang Kai conquering his brothers and winning the inheritance war to become the Yang family patriarch. His breathing quickened. Once again, she rejoiced at her decision to leave her family to help him. This old servant greets the young master. Just as she was in a daze, a voice suddenly reached her ears, causing Qiu Yiming to be startled. Turning her head, she couldn't help being dumbfounded. She found that the middle-aged man who was respected by Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect's Wu Yin was actually kneeling on the ground, his expression respectful, his head bowed. Old servant? Young master? Qiu Yiming couldn't help but open her mouth and cover it with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling. Even though she didn't know what level of expert the old demon was, she was confident in her ability. However, the pressure she felt from the old demon was even greater than that of the blood warriors in the mansion. In other words, this middle-aged man with a gloomy aura was definitely stronger than the blood warriors. But at this moment, he was actually making such a humble gesture and even calling himself old servant? Even the blood warriors who followed Yang Kai, none of them had ever bowed so low, right? Staring at Yang Kai blankly, Qiu Yiming was surprised to find that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest discomfort, simply saying, "Get up. There's no need to act like this between you and me." "Many thanks, young master." The middle-aged man stood up happily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing Qiu Yiming's surprise, the old demon smiled faintly. "Little girl, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide my relationship with the young master from you. But please don't reveal it. Our young master usually keeps a low profile." Qiu Yiming quickly converged her expression and solemnly said, "Senior can rest assured, I didn't see anything. You can continue chatting." In fact, at this time, it was best to leave quickly. The fewer secrets one knew, the safer one would be. However, the powerful curiosity of a woman's nature caused Qiu Yiming to become rooted in place, unable to move. Secretly wondering, how could this mysterious and powerful master's relationship with Yang Kai really be like that of a servant to a master? How could this smelly brat deserve such treatment? "How is your body?" Yang Kai didn't drive Qiu Yiming away. After all, there was still a long way to go. Qiu Yiming was the second in command in the mansion, so his relationship with the old demon certainly couldn't be hidden from her. Instead of making her suspect, it was better to open up. Listening to Yang Kai's question, the old demon suddenly showed a grateful expression, quickly replying, "After a few months of activity, my condition has stabilized and there shouldn't be any problems for at least 30 years. "What about after 30 years? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Regarding his soul entering another person's body, Yang Kai also felt that it was a bit strange, and he didn't understand the mysteries involved. "That will depend on old servant's efforts. If I can perfectly integrate with this body, there will be no need to change it in the future, but if I can't, after 30 years, I will have to find another suitable one. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Between him and the old demon, there was no need to be polite. "Many thanks, young master. For the time being, there won't be any problems." "Good. If you don't have anything else to say, go meet someone." Who? Meng Wuya. Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he observed the old demon's expression. Sure enough, he found that the old man's expression had changed slightly, revealing a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that Meng Wuya's methods had made the old demon somewhat apprehensive, so he was even more certain that Treasurer Meng wasn't as simple as he thought. That old bastard. The old demon ground his teeth in hatred. Wait for old servant to go and reason with him, then we'll settle old and new grievances. Saying so, he grinned meaningfully. Young master, you play with this girl, old servant will go find him. Yang Kai's face went black as he waved his hand. The old demon's figure flickered and disappeared. Only the two of them remained in the hall. Can I ask who this senior is? Xiao Yiming asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. Forget it. You're always so secretive about everything you do. I'm used to it. Xiao Yiming snorted. How is their progress in refining their artifacts? Yang Kai looked at her. These past few days, while he had been refining his artifacts, so had everyone else. Almost. In 2 days, most of them should be able to come out. Xiao Yiming grinned. What about you? How's your progress? I just finished refining one. So fast. Xiao Yiming's beautiful face changed slightly. All of the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained were mysterious grade, so with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine them. 5 days was definitely not enough. The shock only lasted for a moment before Xiao Yiming regained her composure. This young man had brought her too many miracles. Xiao Yiming gradually became immune to this. Since the people from Treasure Instrument Sector here, you'll also be busy. I've already marked out a place for artifact refining. You can arrange it for them. As for the materials, we've already accumulated a lot. In addition, inform the pill room to refine some pills that can quickly restore Yuan Qi. Artifact refining also consumes Yuan Qi, so don't let the artifact refiners tire themselves. I know. Then that's all. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and walked inside. Looking at his gradually disappearing back, Xiao Yiming opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but these days she especially wanted to say a few more words to him. After Yang Kai left, Xiao Yiming shook her head with a wry smile. She gradually realized the mysteries of this man had become her Achilles' heel. Her curiosity drove her to dig out all the secrets in the depths of this man's heart in order to satisfy herself. The next day, Yang Kai came to the residence of Treasure Instrument Sect's people. After bargaining with Wu Yin for a while, the two sides reached a consensus. Treasure Instrument Sect was different from Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley's people had come to learn the alchemic way from Xianing Chong, but Treasure Instrument Sect wanted to seek protection. Tao Yang being able to persuade Wu Yin to participate in the inheritance war was also a condition for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai really became the patriarch of the Yang family, he would have to declare to the outside world that Treasure Instrument Sect was under his protection. If Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he would have to use his own strength in the future to protect Treasure Instrument Sect from being harassed by other forces. Yang Kai agreed to each of these conditions. Tao Yang was full of embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. This matter was related to the future stability of the sect. A young disciple like him had no right to speak. After reaching an agreement, everyone from Treasure Instrument Sect immediately began working on their artifact refining business. Wu Yin had also said that the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from Pijing Lake a few days ago could be refined by him. Perhaps they could be upgraded to a higher grade. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, they would at least be more useful than before. He had the ability to do so. Yang Kai was greatly moved. Refining an artifact was completely different from refining an artifact. The former was refining an artifact on the basis of a finished artifact, removing the impurities and preserving the essences, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time, energy, and materials. Immediately, Yang Kai had Xiao Yiming spread the word that any cultivator who had such intentions or needs could go to Treasure Instrument Sect. After dealing with Treasure Instrument Sect's affairs, Yang Kai rushed to Meng Wuya's room without stopping. The old demon had gone to see Meng Wuya yesterday, but until now there had been no news. He didn't know what these two old farts were up to, so Yang Kai was quite worried. If they were to really fight, his mansion would probably be annihilated in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found that his worries were superfluous. After entering Treasurer Ming's room, he only saw the old demon and Ming Wuya sitting across from each other, both of them grinning at each other as if they were exchanging blows. The atmosphere was quite strange. "Did the two of you have a good chat?" Yang Kai inserted himself and asked with a smile. "Not bad." Meng Wuya nodded lightly. The old demon's expression was unreadable and he didn't deny it, probably having suffered a loss. "Now that we've talked, there's something I want to ask you." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "What matter does young master have?" The old demon quickly asked. "It's about that mysterious master." Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya. Seeing this, Treasurer Ming couldn't help but frown, suddenly realizing what he wanted to say. Last time, both he and Yang Kai had sensed the aura of that mysterious master at the same time. But by the time Yang Kai had arrived, that mysterious master had already escaped. In Pijing Lake, that mysterious master had once again appeared and snatched a mysterious great artifact. The existence of this person made Yang Kai feel like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He had to get rid of it. Chapter 478. The old demon didn't know much about this mysterious master, so he asked curiously. Kai Yang briefly recounted the events of the 2 times he had fought with him. After the old demon listened, he was a little surprised and stared at Ming Wuya in amazement. "Even you weren't able to see through that guy's background?" Treasurer Ming slowly shook his head. "That person has a special aura that isolates him from the outside world. I estimate that even an above immortal ascension boundary master would find it difficult to spy on him. If this person wants to hide, no one can find him." "Amazing," the old demon praised before chuckling meaningfully, "but from the way this guy fought with Ing Jiao and young master, his strength doesn't seem to be very good." Near the pill room, this man had been struck by Ing Jia's dancing shadow strike and suffered some minor injuries. Above Pijing Lake, when Yang Kai attacked him with his sword, this man hadn't been able to completely avoid it. If his strength was really on the same level as Ming Wuya and the old demon, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "But he's not bad. He's definitely a master." "What does young master want to do?" The old demon looked excited as he grinned. "I'll say this first. Don't expect this old master to intervene in this matter." Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. "This old master is here solely to protect that little girl Ning Chong. This old master won't meddle in the affairs of War City." Saying so, he muttered, "This old master is already so old. He doesn't have the face to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation." "I didn't ask you to intervene." Yang Kai chuckled. "I just want to ask if the 2 of you have any good ideas on how to uncover that person from the shadows." Meng Wuya shook his head slightly. The old demon was also suddenly speechless. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything to that person, so the old demon didn't dare make any guarantees. Unless that person appeared in Yang Kai's mansion again, there would be a chance, but last time they had already alerted the enemy. As long as that person's mind was still working properly, he shouldn't act in the near future. "Young master, we don't have any information on that person. Old servant can't cook without rice." The old demon grinned meaningfully. "Information? There is one." Yang Kai hesitated and suddenly said, "What?" Meng Wuya and old demon both looked over at the same time. "She's a woman." Yang Kai's eyes. "How do you know?" Treasurer Ming frowned. Yang Kai smiled lightly and pulled a strand of black hair demon's hair out of his sleeve. He placed it in front of the 2 and said, "I cut this off from her body at Pijing Lake." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I don't know about her hair." Meng hair. Meng's. Meng Wu hair. Both Meng Wuya and old demon turned to look at this strand of black hair at the same time and couldn't help feeling astonished. The reason for that was because that strand of black hair was completely different from the hair of ordinary women. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they were men or women, would have black hair. This strand of hair was light blue. Like the clear water of a lake, it was soft and smooth. Only this strand of hair was unique. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Wuya and the old demon couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai observed their expressions. He secretly guessed that they had thought of something. After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya said, "I don't know who this woman is. I've never heard of anyone with this kind of hair, but I guess it has something to do with her cultivation method and physique." Yang Kai, don't underestimate this person. This woman may have an extraordinary background. Meng Wu Ye's words had a hidden meaning. Although Yang Kai didn't point it out, he still nodded with a dignified expression. He didn't have any intention of underestimating this woman. The old demon suddenly laughed mischievously. Young master, if this strand of hair was really cut off from that person, then old servant may have a way to find her. Oh? Yang Kai was overjoyed. Are you sure? Jie. Chasing souls and taking lives is old servant's specialty. With this strand of hair cut off from her body, she won't be able to hide from old servant. The old demon said confidently. Evil devil cultivator. Meng Wuya snorted. Not only did the old demon not care, but his smile became even more joyful. Yang Kai didn't care what method he used. As long as he could find that mysterious woman, he asked anxiously, how long will it take? About 10 days, but it also depends on luck. If that woman doesn't come close to old servant, then old servant won't be able to find her. Then prepare as soon as possible, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. No matter what purpose that woman had for approaching the alchemy room, since she didn't succeed the first time, she would definitely try a second time. Moreover, judging from her appearance at Pijing Lake, this woman was definitely a bold and reckless person who didn't put the heroes of the world in her eyes. Such a person was confident and arrogant and wouldn't shrink back because of a small setback. Once she found a way to completely hide her aura, she would definitely come again. The next time she came, it would be time for Yang Kai to surrender. Handing the strand of light blue hair to the old demon, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Near the artifact refining room, Yang Kai found Qiu Yiming, who was busy, and secretly whispered a few words to her. No one knew what Yang Kai said to her, but all they saw was Qiu Yiming's agitated expression, her attitude firm, and her refusal to release Yang Kai's arm. The Qiu family's first young lady rarely did anything impolite. Her noble birth and good upbringing gave her an extraordinary upbringing, so in front of so many people, she held onto Yang Kai's arm and refused to let go, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, causing all the passing cultivators to secretly speculate. In the end, Yang Kai broke free from Qiu Yiming's grasp and strode away, leaving behind the Qiu family's first young lady, who stomped her feet angrily. Young lady Qiu, what happened to my junior brother? Lan Chudai, who had just finished refining an artifact, came out for a breath of fresh air and happened to see this scene, so she couldn't help but be curious. Nothing. Qiu Yiming quickly restrained her expression and slowly shook her head. Lan Chudai smiled slightly and no longer asked, knowing that with her current status, she was not qualified to know too many high-level secrets. On the other side, the Hu sisters were also looking out the window and saw this scene. Did you see that? That stinky man is a pervert. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with that woman surnamed Qiu. How shameless. Little sister, be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Hu Jiao gnashed her teeth as she warned her younger sister. Hu Mei held her chin in her hand as her mind wandered around the 9 heavens, ignoring her warning. Seeing her younger sister's infatuated appearance, Hu Jiao couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched her younger sister's delicate nose and shook it from side to side. Cultivate. Oh. Hu Mei reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Although Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had come to seek refuge in Yang Kai's mansion later, Qiu Yiming still didn't treat them unfairly. With the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, the Hu sisters' cultivation progress was much faster than before. In just a few days, their twin chi shared spirit divine art was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, after taking these pills, the Hu sisters clearly felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes inside their bodies. It was easier for them to absorb world energy than before, their meridians were firmer and more stable, and their secret arts were faster than before. Yang Kai's aptitude and strength made them feel pressure, and they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would only be left far behind. Naturally, they didn't dare to slack off in their cultivation. Night fell, east of War City, Yang Wei's mansion. Yang Wei, who was refining the mysterious grade artifact he had just obtained a few days ago, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Eldest young lord, Someone has come to visit. The voice of the Ming family's Ming Shan Yi came from outside with a strange tone. Who is it? Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He was refining a mysterious great artifact. Ming Shan Yi didn't know. If it weren't for the identity of this visitor being extraordinary, he would never have bothered him. What kind of person could make Ming Shan Yi's tone become so strange? I think it's probably Yang Kai. Ninth brother? Yang Wei's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Soon, the door opened and Yang Wei appeared in front of Ming Shan Yi with a solemn expression. His hands crossed behind his back as he asked, "Is it really ninth brother?" Ming Shan Yi smiled bitterly. "I didn't see clearly, but the one next to him was Senior Ingjiu. I think that besides Yang Kai, Ingjiu wouldn't have followed him." Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he nodded. Since Ingjiu is here, it must be ninth brother. After a pause, he chuckled, acting so boldly. I really can't see through ninth brother. Although he had deliberately shown goodwill during the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, in the end, the two of them were still rivals. Yang Kai daring to come to his house with only Ingjiu, his courage was not ordinary. Eldest young lord, this is an opportunity, Ming Shan said in a low voice, his expression eager. Judging from Yang Kai's performance since the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he will definitely be a stronger enemy than second young master in the future. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of him tonight. Saying so, he gestured with his hand. Yang Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. Eldest young lord. Ming Shan Yi's tone became urgent, obviously not understanding why Yang Wei didn't grasp such a good opportunity. To achieve great things, one shouldn't bother with trifles. If we don't eliminate him now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. From the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but now, his reputation was like the sun in the sky, and his voice was rising day by day. The changes and development of Yang Kai's house were almost astonishing. His advantages were expanding step by step, and as time passed, this advantage would only grow larger and larger until he could annex and destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate victor. Ming Shan seemed to have already seen that day coming. He was Yang Wei's ally. How could he not be anxious? But the eldest young lord had let go of such a great opportunity in front of him and not taken advantage of it, as if he was worried about his brotherly feelings. I have my own plans. There's no need to say more. Yang Wei waved his hand and strode away. Ming Shan was depressed, but after thinking about it for a moment, his expression suddenly became firm, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 479. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai wore a black robe that wrapped around his entire body as he sat quietly and waited. Behind him, Ingjiu stood indifferently, his divine sense roaming as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Looking at Yang Kai's calm face, Ingjiu couldn't help secretly admiring him. When night fell, Yang Kai suddenly asked him to follow him out the door. Ingjiu didn't ask where they were going, but after the two of them sneaked into the house, they were suddenly startled. The place Yang Kai was going to was actually Yang Wei's mansion. Not daring to take this lightly, Ingjiu became extremely vigilant. Thinking back to the dispute between the Little Lord and Qiu Yimeng during the day, Ingjiu suddenly understood that Qiu Yimeng must have also been opposed to Yang Kai's approach, not taking her own safety seriously. That was why she had disregarded the etiquette of the Qiu family's first young lady. Since entering the main hall, Ingjiu had noticed several divine senses sweeping the area, but he hadn't been able to find a single trace of anyone. Even Yang Wei hadn't appeared. Ingjiu knew that the masters from Yang Wei's mansion were secretly observing this place. Not only did Ingjiu know this, but the little lord was also aware, but he still remained calm and collected. Ninth brother, your courage isn't small. Actually daring to come to my house alone. Aren't you afraid I'll make you stay? A cold voice suddenly came from inside, echoing endlessly in the main hall, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Or, do you think there's no one in my house? Yang Kai only felt his ears fill with Yang Wei's roar, and at the same time, a burst of spiritual energy struck him, but without any murderous intent. Obviously, it was just a probe. A few days ago, when Yang Kai fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei had watched from 1,000 meters away. Not being able to feel Yang Kai's strength, he was naturally curious about Yang Kai's abilities. Yang Kai remained indifferent, allowing this burst of spiritual energy to penetrate his mind, chuckling lightly, "Afraid? If Big Brother would do that, I wouldn't have come." Haha. Yang Wei laughed, finally appearing from the darkness and arriving in front of Yang Kai. Ingjiu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, he found that Yang Wei had come here alone, without even a single blood warrior around him. Although there were many masters guarding this side hall, Ingjiu was confident that if he wanted to capture Yang Wei, it would be a piece of cake. These two brothers. Ingjiu shook his head slightly. They really trusted each other more than the other. Yang Kai took off the hat covering his head, revealing his original face. He smiled at Yang Wei, who clapped his hands, and immediately a maidservant served tea. After the maidservant left, Yang Kai said, "Big Brother, this is the first time we've talked like this, right?" "Not bad." Yang Wei nodded. Ever since he was young, Yang Wei gave people a feeling of loneliness. He wasn't close to any of his brothers. It was Yang Kai's first time talking to him face to face. "Ninth brother, what do you want to do this time?" Yang Wei went straight to the point. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. "The family is very dissatisfied with our progress. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invested 1,000 artifacts to speed up the process. Since they want us to move faster, we have to move faster. Then we can only be a little faster. Otherwise, they will have more backup plans to rush us. Big Brother should also understand, right?" "I understand, and I think the others also understand." Yang Wei nodded. "That's why, if we don't act now, others will only take the initiative," Yang Kai said in a low voice. The attitude of the family was already very obvious. The investment of 1,000 artifacts had already conveyed a clear message, which everyone understood. Once the various forces had digested this batch of artifacts, there would definitely be people who couldn't hold back and took action. "Who does Big Brother think will be the first target?" Yang Wei glanced at him and said, "Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? If it's not you, it's me." "I think so too." Yang Kai grinned. Among the remaining 6 Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers, and Yang Shan and Yang Ying were also blood brothers. Although they were still rivals, when there were other enemies in the inheritance war, they would still help each other. If there really was a big move, it would definitely be these two pairs of brothers who would join forces to attack, and the target would be Yang Kai or Yang Wei. After all, Yang Wei was the eldest brother. On the first night of the inheritance war, he had been polite to his brothers, so the 4 of them definitely wouldn't attack him first. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai was bound to be attacked from all sides. His limelight was too great, and he had even snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts a few days ago, so how could his brothers give him time to digest them? Of these 4, if any one of them had help, Yang Kai wouldn't put them in his eyes. But if the 4 of them joined forces, he would have to pay a great price to defend himself. Unless Meng Wuya and the old demon joined forces, there was a possibility of reducing losses. It was because of this realization that Yang Kai had rushed to Yang Wei's house that night to discuss this matter. "Who do you want to attack?" Yang Wei asked with slight excitement. "Fifth brother." Yang Kai grinned. Yang Wei was stunned, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized something and coldly snorted. Fifth brother choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers was an unwise move. In terms of strength among the remaining 6 brothers, Yang Kong was definitely not the weakest, but Yang Kai still chose him as the first target, obviously because of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's blood warrior pair. If it weren't for the accident that occurred before the start of the inheritance war, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian would now be following Yang Kai. Yang Kai targeting them like this was obviously because he cared about Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "What do you want eldest brother to do?" Yang Wei asked in a deep voice. "Just restrain second brother. I'm afraid second brother will try to stir up trouble when he hears the news." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "That's not a problem." Yang Wei nodded, but soon smiled slyly. "But what benefits does eldest brother gain by doing this?" Yang Wei obviously wanted to ask for some tangible benefits. He and Yang Kai were still rivals, so it was impossible for him to consume his strength to help Yang Kai for free. Even if he was willing to do so, his subordinates wouldn't be willing. Since Yang Kai wanted Yang Wei to lead his people to restrain Yang Zhao, he had to come up with enough chips and sincerity. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. What does eldest brother want? Yang Kai had already considered this issue before coming here, so he wasn't surprised to hear it now. Lightly coughing, Yang Wei smiled and said, "Eldest brother is a little jealous of the alchemists in your house. I don't want too many, just 5 of them. How about it?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Eldest brother, your appetite is too big." "Not big, right?" Yang Wei smiled. "You have 30 alchemists in your house. I only want 5. I can't make that decision." Yang Kai shook his head. "You know what kind of temperament those alchemists have. Although they perform alchemy in my house, I can't order them around. How about this? How about I give eldest brother a batch of mysterious grade pills?" Mysterious grade pills? Yang Wei heard this and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Mysterious grade pills, ninth brother? You really are generous." "All right," eldest brother agrees. He also knew that asking for 5 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley was impossible. Asking for such a condition was simply asking for a lower price. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai quickly asked, "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow night." Yang Wei frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's actions to be so urgent. There was only 1 day left, so according to normal circumstances, many cultivators would have refined the artifacts they had snatched a few days ago into their bodies by tomorrow. Yang Kai choosing this time to make a move was obviously because he wanted to rely on the assistance these artifacts would bring him. But would he be able to use the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained? Yang Kai's mysterious grade artifact would take at least 8 days to completely refine. Presumably the same was true for everyone else. "I'll wait for your news." Yang Wei didn't dwell on this matter. When an artifact was usable, everyone would definitely be able to use it. But if it wasn't, no one would be able to use it. No matter what, everyone was in an equal position. As he spoke, he glanced over at Jio, intentionally or unintentionally, a deep sense of doubt flashing across his eyes. During the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, 6 blood warriors had been affected by the Qi binding seal, and Jio was one of them. Yang Wei didn't understand why he would come to his house with Yang Kai now, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected by the Qi binding seal. What did this mean? Could it be that he had already lifted the Qi binding seal? Then it's settled. Yang Kai slowly stood up and sneered meaningfully. "Now that we've finished talking business, let's talk about something else." Yang Wei's expression froze. "What's the point of hiding? Hurry up and come out." Yang Kai glanced around coldly and shouted. At the same time, Jia's figure suddenly faded into thin air, disappearing as if he had never existed. Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scanned his surroundings, his face suddenly becoming pale. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a number of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai. From the front door of the side hall, Meng Shan-yi stepped in gracefully, a leisurely expression on his face. "Shan-yi." Yang Wei's expression became ugly as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" As he spoke, Yang Wei's yuan qi surged violently as he glared at Meng Shan-yi. Meng Shan-yi glanced at Yang Wei, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. "Eldest young lord, please forgive me. This Shan-yi acted on my own accord and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep ninth young lord here." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Ninth young lord, please don't blame this Meng for being vicious. This was a rare opportunity you brought to me. If this Meng did not grasp it properly, it would be a shame." Eldest young lord did not know about this matter. It was all this Meng's own idea. "If you want to retaliate in the future, please come at this Meng." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, eldest brother doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have talked so much with me." Hearing this, Meng Shan-yi nodded gently. "It's good that ninth young lord understands." Yang Wei remained expressionless, his expression gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, "Shan-yi, you've made a mistake this time." Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "Eldest young lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, this Shan-yi will do it for you." "That's not what I'm talking about." Yang Wei slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Do you think ninth young lord dares to come alone without any support? Do you think these people can keep him here? Chapter 480. If you really think so, you can try. Yang Wei's expression calmed down. Meng Shan, he couldn't help being stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei wouldn't stop him from acting on his own initiative, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Many thanks, eldest young master. Yang Wei didn't deny this, instead glancing over at him with some pity. Ninth young lord, please forgive me. Meng Shanyi's expression sank as he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was the main hall of Yang Wei's mansion, and although the space wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. Meng Shanyi couldn't arrange for too many people to enter, so with more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage masters, in his opinion, such a luxurious lineup should be enough to easily capture Yang Kai. While issuing this order, Meng Shanyi also narrowed his eyes and searched for Yingjia's position. Yingjia didn't appear, but when the dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator approached Yang Kai less than 10 meters away, Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. A cold light suddenly burst out from his body, and a dark and obscure energy fluctuation spread out. Accompanied by the surprised cries of the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the martial skills they had sent out were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without the slightest ripple. In their shock, everyone retreated. Looking over, everyone's expression changed slightly. In Yang Kai's hand, a bone shield had appeared at some point. This bone shield had a strange shape, about the size of a millstone, and its edges were filled with extremely sharp bone spikes. At the center of this bone shield was a bloody maw, bearing its fangs. It was a terrifying sight to behold, causing anyone who saw it to shudder in fear. At this moment, the bone shield glowed with a faint light. Yang Kai simply held it in front of him, standing there quietly, giving everyone a feeling that he was impregnable. Yang Wei's expression became strange while Meng Shan, he also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This bone shield was clearly the one Lu Qingyao had snatched a few days ago and then thrown to Yang Kai. It was a mysterious grade artifact. It had only been 7 days. How could it have been refined by Yang Kai? A mysterious grade defensive artifact. It wasn't easy to break through, but that didn't mean that it couldn't break through. Everyone had not used their full strength in their attack just now. If more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator had used their full strength, it would have been enough to break this bone shield's defense. There was no time to think too much. Meng Shanyi once again roared, "Go!" The dozen or so people all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, releasing their martial skills and artifacts one after another. An earth-shattering attack came, enveloping Yang Kai within. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise was heard, and the side hall shook violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the wall. Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again. His face flushed red as his yuan qi madly surged. It seemed that he was also under great pressure, but the bone shield in his hand still stood firm in front of him. The energy released by the martial skills and artifacts that struck the bone shield were all swallowed up by the giant maw in the center of the bone shield, disappearing without a trace. What was even more bizarre was that, as the energy was swallowed up, the bone shield, which was only the size of a millstone, rapidly grew in size. After a round of attacks, the bone shield's surface area had become more than 3 times larger than before, completely blocking Yang Kai. Meng Shanyi's eyes trembled. He had never expected that a trivial, mysterious grade low-rank defensive artifact would be able to withstand the onslaught of so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. He also had a number of mysterious grade artifacts, but none of them were as magical as this bone shield. What's going on? In his shock, he suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's eyes had become dangerous, smashing the seemingly light bone shield into the ground, creating a large crater. In the next moment, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield all shot out. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk these bone spikes were incomparably sharp, and their auras were like rainbows as they whizzed through the air. In an instant, the faces of the more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters changed greatly as they hastily put up their defenses. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk an energy beam that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly burst out from the beast mouth in the middle of the bone shield. It seemed to be returning the energy that it had just swallowed. This energy beam was mixed with a destructive aura and was as thick as a human thigh as it shot straight towards Meng Shan-yi. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and facing the summons of death, Meng Shan-yi felt a chill run down his spine, unable to dodge in time. "Ji, Yang Wei roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Shan-yi. This person had a square face and a pair of overflowing eyes, giving off a dignified aura. One of the two blood warriors beside Yang Wei. As soon as Ji appeared, he let out a shout, his burly body suddenly flashing a dazzling golden light, as if his entire body had been transformed into gold, his exposed skin glowing brilliantly. Pushing out his fists, Ji met the incoming energy beam head-on. With a loud bang, Ji was sent flying. The golden light on his body suddenly dimmed, and the energy beam disappeared without a trace. Meng Shan-yi stood in place blankly, sweat dripping from his forehead, a look of fear and panic filling his face. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai again, he couldn't help revealing a deep sense of fear and dread. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters also sent the bone spears flying back to the edge of the bone shield while the expanded bone shield shrank back to the size of a millstone, losing its original deterrence after the beam of energy was sent flying back. The scene suddenly quieted down, no one daring to move. Yang Kai had only relied on a single mysterious great artifact to block everyone's attacks while Ling Jiao, who was hiding in the darkness, had yet to make a move. This time, even if they managed to capture Yang Kai, they would have to pay a huge price. Both offensive and defensive, ninth brother, you've got a good artifact. As if nothing had happened, Yang Wei stared at the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze, his face filled with envy. Big brother's artifact can't be bad, right? Yang Kai chuckled and put away the bone shield. Yang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, both of them knew that even if Yang Wei's artifact wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't compare to the bone shield. Judging from the roll of the bone shield just now, this artifact was very special, able to swallow attacks and reflect them back. In this world, there were very few such artifacts. Yang Wei was even more surprised. This bone shield in the hands of different people would definitely play different roles. Ninth young lord. Meng Shan-yi was still in a state of shock, staring straight at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "Just now, did you really want to kill me?" The lethality contained in that energy beam was too great. Even if Meng Shan-yi had a mysterious great artifact, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he had really been hit, he didn't know what would have happened to him. This was the inheritance war. It wasn't that people didn't die. However, those who died weren't too important, such as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families. No one dared to kill them. Over the years, no young lord or young lady of the central capital had ever died in the inheritance war. It could even be said that the chances of them being injured were very small. Just now, if Ji hadn't blocked that energy beam at a critical moment, Meng Shan-yi estimated that he would have set a precedent. Whether or not Yang Kai really wanted to kill him just now, Meng Shan-yi naturally cared. "What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead grinned at him. Meng Shan-yi's face went black. His heartbeat couldn't help accelerating. This ninth young lord. It seemed he really wanted to kill him. "Big brother, that's all for now. Ninth brother will take his leave first," Yang Kai said to Yang Wei before covering his face and calmly leaving. No one tried to stop him again. Meng Shan-yi didn't dare to give any more orders. Yang Wei didn't have any intention of stopping Yang Kai. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Yang Kai left, Yang Wei glanced over at Meng Shan-yi faintly and said, "Ninth brother was just warning you. He didn't mean to kill you. Who knows?" Meng Shan-yi took a deep breath and calmed the panic in his heart. "In any case, I've experienced ninth young lord's madness." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai shook his head. But his eldest young lord said, he dared to enter this place alone because he had something to rely on. That bone shield. It was too strange. Even if it was a mysterious gray defensive artifact, It shouldn't have such a powerful function. If a mysterious grade artifact was so powerful, what was the point of cultivating? Generally speaking, a mysterious grade defensive artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of so many masters. I'm afraid fifth brother is finished, Yang Wei said deeply. I think so too. Meng Shani nodded. Refining a mysterious grade defensive artifact so many days in advance, coupled with Ingju suddenly lifting the Qi binding seal and restoring his peak strength, Yang Kai had a much greater advantage than Yang Kong. How could Yang Kong resist when he was caught off guard? Yang Wei was afraid that when Yang Kai brought people to attack Yang Kong tomorrow, Yang Kai would still be trying to refine his artifact. One was prepared while the other was caught off guard. Coupled with the gap between the blood warriors and artifacts, Yang Kong would undoubtedly lose. Shan Yi, you're not suited to playing tricks. Yang Wei frowned. If I were you, I wouldn't act in my own house. I would only send people to other people's houses to reveal ninth brother's whereabouts. When the time comes, I'll just sit back and watch the show. Listening to Yang Wei's words, Meng Shan Yi couldn't help staring at him in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei, who had always been straightforward, would actually have such a sinister side. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Wei's proposal was simply wonderful. If he had really done this just now, he could have just sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Suddenly annoyed, Meng Shani asked, Eldest young lord, since you thought of this, why didn't you say so? Yang Wei slowly shook his head. In the future, before the inheritance war comes to an end, I'm not going to fight ninth brother. I know. Meng Shani nodded gently, recalling the dangerous scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to say anything more. Outside Yang Wei's house, Yang Kai walked alone in the shadows. After making such a big noise just now, naturally many people were paying attention to him. Sneaking out, he quickly hid his figure and didn't attract anyone's attention. Ingjiu quietly followed him and walked into a dark alley. Only then did Yang Kai stop and take a deep breath, calming the boiling blood in his chest. Chapter 481. Little Lord. Ingjia's concerned voice called out from behind. I'm fine. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness appearing on his face. In the eyes of Yang Wei and Meng Shan Yi, Yang Kai had just been able to withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just one artifact, but in reality, only Yang Kai knew the pain he had suffered. A mysterious grade artifact, no matter how good it was impossible for an Yuan Qi cultivator to display such great strength. Artifacts and martial skills were essentially the same, both were just icing on the cake. A cultivator's foundation was still their own strength. The bone shield was indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dongqing Han and the others didn't have to worry about their safety when facing masters below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. However, using this thing consumed too much Yuan Qi. In that moment, Yang Kai had poured more than a dozen drops of Yuan Qi stored in his Yang liquid into the bone shield, allowing it to swallow the attacks of those masters. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, even if they consumed all of their Yuan Qi, they wouldn't be able to block a single blow from an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. The defensive strength of the bone shield and its ability to swallow were completely linked to the amount of Yuan Qi the cultivator poured into it. The more Yuan Qi poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it could swallow. The stronger the bone shield's defensive strength would be. Such a large consumption made Yang Kai feel somewhat distressed. However, at least he had managed to convince Yang Wei, so at least he had gained something. Yang Kai's strength was still too low. If he had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the consumption of Yuan Qi would have been much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and his heart couldn't help but fill with an impulse and desire to immediately go back into retreat. Like a burning flame. The subtle changes in his expression did not escape Ingjia's observation. This shadowy blood warrior seemed to have sensed the thoughts in Yang Kai's heart and couldn't help showing a strange expression. It seems. The little lord was the kind of person who became braver the more he struggled. An ordinary cultivator, after witnessing the means displayed by a powerful master, would definitely leave behind some kind of shadow in his heart. At that time, not to mention fighting, even during cultivation, there may be some inevitable hindrances and heart demons that would affect him for the rest of his life. However, the little lord's heart was firm, and his pursuit of the martial Tao was as firm as a rock. As long as his talent could keep up with this kind of opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. She guessed that Xiao Yimeng would not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she had tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from going out alone, but to no avail. Now, she must be worried about him, right? During this time, Xiao Yimeng had also been so busy that she had no complaints. Although Ingju had never mentioned it in front of Yang Kai could still see it clearly. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let the young lady of a great family sleep alone all night. "There's one more place we need to go," Yang Kai said with a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Ingju nodded slightly, not saying a word, following behind Yang Kai. After walking around War City for a long time, the two of them came to a huge and majestic palace. At the huge entrance of this palace, there was no one guarding it and the door was closed. It seemed to be an abandoned palace, but when he looked up, Ingju's expression suddenly changed. This huge palace was none other than the most sacred place in War City, the Seal Temple, the palace where the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital 8 great families resided. What is the little lord doing here? Ingju wondered. Looking at the plaque of the Seal Temple, Yang Kai also felt extremely helpless. Just as he was leaving Yang Wei's house, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears, telling him to come to the Seal Temple. This was a summons from the Yang family's supreme elder. Yang Kai had no choice but to come. It seemed that his every move was still under the surveillance of those 8 people. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their perception. This kind of feeling made Kai Yang feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled by someone else. His heart was uncomfortable, so naturally his expression wasn't very good. Walking to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to introduce himself before the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes as he led Ingju inside. After the two of them walked in, the door slowly closed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't see a single person and didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yang Kai couldn't help having a new understanding of the methods of an above immortal ascension boundary master. The interior of the conferred God Temple was covered with a large red carpet, and the surrounding walls were decorated with sparkling gems. Even in the middle of the night, the main hall was brightly lit, as dazzling as the day. There were many stone pillars carved with lifelike patterns of birds and beasts. However, when Yang Kai glanced at these gems and patterns, his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. He faintly felt that these things weren't randomly arranged, but instead contained some inexplicable mysteries. But when he really looked at them, he didn't gain anything. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to move forward. However, the world energy in this seal temple was simple and natural. Obviously, it was just a palace, but standing inside it felt as if he was standing in the middle of 100,000 mountains. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of birds chirping and insects chattering, as well as the tinkling of small bridges and streams flowing into his ears. Everywhere he looked, there was a mysterious aura. Unlike Yang Kai's curious gaze, Ingju was a bit cautious after entering this place, his body tensed up and his expression becoming even more meticulous. There was no one to guide him, no one to lead the way, but Kai Yang still felt as if there was a voice telling him where to go. Suddenly, his heart trembled. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly saw a bright light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light was very sudden, without any warning. By the time Yang Kai and Ingju reacted, they discovered that they had already arrived at their destination. This was one of the main halls of the Seal Temple, and on a round table in front of them were 8 white-haired old men. Each of them had a transcendent aura about them as they sat in an octagonal position. Each of them was about a dozen meters away from each other, and in the middle of them, there was also a huge glowing ball floating in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Ingju didn't disturb these 8 people at all. The 8 of them were forming mysterious seals in their hands, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes smiling faintly as they sent their energy towards the glowing ball in the middle of the hall. After these energies entered, the glowing sphere also began to undergo some subtle changes that couldn't be explained. Yang Kai and Ding Jiao both unconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the glowing sphere. They were trying to understand the profound meaning behind the actions of these 8 people. Time passed by quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision blur, and when he recovered, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was on the far side of the round table. Looking from afar, Yang Kai found himself standing on a lush green field with a blue sky and white clouds above his head. His nose and mouth were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. High up in the sky, there were people fighting, and the violent energy fluctuations caused Yang Kai to almost lose his footing. Looking up, Yang Kai's breath caught in his throat. The people fighting in the sky were none other than the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, sitting cross-legged atop the round platform. The moves they displayed were almost untraceable and could hardly be described as moves. Instead, they seemed to be casually executed, without any pattern or trajectory, as if they were perfectly aligned with the heavenly way. The 8 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The sky was falling, and the earth was splitting. Huge balls of light were exploding in the air one after another, and the wind brought about by the explosions blew the grass short. Someone exclaimed as they withdrew from the battle and glanced down, only to find Yang Kai standing there with a confused and pensive look on his face. Immediately, they were surprised to see him. His actions also attracted the attention of the others, and after discovering that Yang Kai had appeared in this small world, all of them stopped fighting and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your family's junior?" a slightly fat old man asked. Yang Li Ting nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly converged his expression and respectfully bowed. "Not bad, actually being able to break into our consciousness, Brother Yang. Your Yang family has finally found a successor." Another slightly shorter old man laughed. Even though these people didn't care about worldly affairs, at this moment, they couldn't help showing looks of envy, as if Yang Kai's appearance had caused their eyes to light up. Yang Li Ting didn't say anything, nor did he move. Yang Kai only felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Grand Elder. You're called Yang Kai, right?" Yang Li Ting crossed his arms behind his back, his figure tall and straight. Although his hair was white, he still had a youthful complexion, nodding lightly. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, neither servile nor overbearing. This Yang Li Ting in front of him was one of the Yang family's 5 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one really wanted to count, Yang Kai didn't know which generation of ancestors he was, but he was at least 200 years old. Separated by several generations, coupled with the Yang family's thin familial ties, Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of closeness at this moment. "Do you know why I called you here?" Yang Li Ting seemed to want to test Yang Kai and asked again. "I've guessed a little." Yang Kai smiled lightly. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, Yang Li Ting had not summoned him earlier or later, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was because the old demon had appeared in War City, and the demonic chi emanating from his body had awakened these 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 8 of them hadn't intervened in the Inheritance War, and were only here to protect the younger generation's cultivator from being taken advantage of by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Now that such a powerful demon had suddenly appeared, it was difficult for them not to pay attention. Chapter 482. Yang Kai frowned, aware that he was spying on him, but didn't say anything, simply saying, "I don't know his origins." "You don't know?" Yang Li Ting frowned, suddenly feeling displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing something, he didn't find any signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origins of the old demon. When he first subdued him in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the old demon was just a spirit body. His memories were chaotic and vague, not even able to remember his own name. Later, Yang Kai didn't ask much about his past, so Yang Kai naturally didn't know anything about him. "Although I don't know, this disciple is certain that he is not a person from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Yang Kai also knew what Yang Li Ting was worried about and quickly said, Yang Li Ting didn't say anything, just frowning for a long time before saying, "The inheritance war. It stands to reason that anyone in the world can participate. As long as they are friends with you young people, they can participate. After all, this is a battle that tests your connections. If this old master were to expel him from War City or directly kill him, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised form of suppressing you, which is inconsistent with our original intention of guarding this battlefield." Yang Kai's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. "This time I called you here for no other reason than this. He can participate in the inheritance war and also stay in War City, but that's all. If this old master finds out that he has done anything unnecessary, he won't show any mercy. Go back and explain this to him clearly." Yang Li Ting said indifferently. In addition, after the inheritance war is over, he must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for not giving you face. "I'll remember." Yang Kai responded expressionlessly. Although he was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he would be able to shake the heavens and shatter space with a single hand. But right now he was just a nobody. If he really disobeyed Yang Li Ting, it was likely he wouldn't have a good ending. Although Yang Li Ting was the Yang family's grand elder, and Yang Kai was also his disciple and grand disciple in name, this time's interaction was like that of a complete stranger. Yang Li Ting's warning was even more irrefutable. "Go." After saying so, Yang Li Ting waved his hand and flew back up into the sky to fight with the 7 people. Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart felt somewhat stifled. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how. He didn't even know how he had come in. After staring blankly for a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. Just as he was about to ask, a thunderous voice entered his ears. "Why aren't you leaving?" As soon as this voice, a huge force pushed Kai Yang's body back, and under that huge force, all of Kai Yang's resistance was futile. His figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding scenery slipped past his vision. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the main hall. In front of him was still the same round platform with the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters sitting on it. The huge glowing sphere in the middle was still there, and the 8 of them were still constantly pouring their spiritual energy into it, using this mysterious method to compare their insights into the martial Tao. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk Yang Kai involuntarily stumbled backwards, causing Ingjio to be shocked and hurriedly support him. After standing firm, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body tumbled and his divine sense became chaotic, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai felt a little better. Ingjio's expression changed, not knowing what Yang Kai had encountered that had actually caused him to suffer some minor injuries. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had stood there without saying a word, so Ingjio didn't know what to say and just waited silently. With such a sudden change, Ingjio was naturally confused. "Let's go." Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced towards the high platform, and quickly led Ingjio away. Inside this mysterious small world, the 8 people fighting suddenly stopped, the other 7 shaking their heads slightly as they glanced over at Yang Li Ting, the slightly fat old man who had spoken before saying, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit too much to treat a junior like this?" And, although his eyes were a bit overbearing and sharp, he's still a young man. Which one of them isn't hot-blooded? Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you act like this, he may not be able to recover from this setback. This little brat is quite good. In the future, your young family may have to rely on him. If you really lose him, won't you feel distressed? The 7 old men all shouted, none of them understanding why Yang Li Ting had just dealt with a junior like this. Yang Li Ting coldly snorted and said, "If he's crippled, then so be it. Does my young family need to worry about not having a successor?" When this old master spoke to him just now, he clearly didn't want to listen. That was just a warning. Presumably he'll pay more attention to this old master's words now. "It's still too much. You're not young anymore. Why bother with a little brat? Brother Young, you really went too far this time. He can rely on his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us. This alone is unique. Is there anyone else in your young family who can do this? I don't believe it. Not to mention your young family. None of the young men from our 7 families can do it." The one who spoke kept shaking his head. "Enough. This old master has a sense of propriety. It's not up to you guys to interrupt. Do you want to fight or not? Yang Li Ting looked displeased. 7 people criticizing him. Of course he was unhappy. Fight. Wait until this little brat is really crippled. I'll wait to see your regretful expression. Ha ha ha. Huh, something's not right. Chiu family's supreme elder Chiu Daoren suddenly called out in surprise, his expression becoming strange. The other 7 people also showed a look of surprise as they glanced at each other. It looks like this little brat has profited from his misfortune. The slightly fat old man laughed as he glanced over at Yang Li Ting with interest. It really is a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, is this your real purpose? Someone looked at Yang Li Ting suspiciously. Yang Li Ting slowly shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression also changed slightly. He had just dealt with Yang Kai without any scruples about the gap in strength and seniority between them, all because he wanted him to think carefully about whether it was the right decision to make friends with this demon lord. But unexpectedly, under such huge pressure, this little brat actually showed signs of breaking through. Strange. Yang Li Ting frowned, really wondering what kind of temperament this young man from his generation had. After being dealt such a heavy blow, he was actually able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and find an opportunity to break through. Inside the Seal Temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly came to a halt, his expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Ingju didn't understand and thought he had suffered some kind of internal injury, so he quickly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You go back first and tell Chiu Ming that tomorrow night's operation will continue as usual. Everything will be arranged by her." "Little Lord, I still have something to do." After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before casually finding a room and entering it. Ingju was stunned for a moment, but didn't hesitate and left the Seal Temple directly. The Seal Temple was actually very big, but there were only 8 people inside, not even maids or servants. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't need anyone to serve them. The room Yang Kai found was naturally ownerless. After entering the room, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His aura fluctuated slightly, indicating that he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet reached his limit. When breaking through, if the conditions were right, the process would be very easy and smooth. However, Yang Kai's current situation was a bit special. Originally, there were no signs of a breakthrough, but under the huge pressure from Yang Li Ting, his body's yuan qi and his heart's desire for strength had rebounded. This time, the rebound of this pressure had directly allowed him to touch the threshold of yuan qi 9th stage. Just a little bit more. Tomorrow night's battle was imminent, so Yang Kai hoped to cope with it with a higher cultivation. Calming his mind and circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just seen in the small world, allowing the aura in his body to fluctuate. Just now, Yang Kai hadn't seen much, but every action of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was in accordance with the heavenly way. Peering into the profound meaning contained in these movements was also a way to comprehend their martial Tao. This was of great help to anyone. As time passed, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down, replaying what he had seen over and over again, the mysterious sound once again echoing in his ears. The sound of the clear mountain stream was pleasing to the ear, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as if he was in a fairyland, making him forget to leave, relaxing his whole body. Yang Kai's mansion. The bean-sized candlelight flickered as Chiu Yiming sat at the table with a deep worry on her face. She held her breath and listened attentively to the movements coming from the house, her divine sense constantly probing the surroundings. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Chiu Yiming couldn't help but secretly pay attention, but every time, she ended up disappointed. During the day, Yang Kai had told her about his plans for the evening, and she had ignored etiquette and refused to let go. But this smelly man actually didn't give her the slightest bit of face and directly shook off her entanglement. At night, he really did run away quietly, causing her to be on edge and worry. Chiu Yiming couldn't help secretly hating Yang Kai, wishing he wouldn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she was definitely no different from a resentful woman who had been married, but her husband was out drinking and not coming home at night. Thinking so, Chiu Yiming's face flushed red and she couldn't help feeling a little hot, quickly shaking her head to get rid of these random thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Chiu Yiming to frown and coldly ask, "Who is it?" "Young Lady Chiu." Ingju's voice came from outside. Chiu Yiming smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door, only to see Ingju's pair of shining eyes in the darkness. Glancing suspiciously behind him, Chiu Yiming asked, "Is that bastard back?" Ingju slowly shook his head. What happened? The Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help but ask. Ingju had always been by Yang Kai's side, but now he had come back alone and Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Chiu Yiming didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 483. The little lord still has some matters to attend to, so he will be staying in the Seal Temple for the time being. Ingju said truthfully. Seal Temple? Chiu Yiming couldn't help gaping, her voice filled with disbelief. The Seal Temple, she was naturally no stranger to it. There were 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters inside. This was something everyone in War City knew. However, without the summons of the 8 masters, no one could enter it. What did Yang Kai want to do in the Seal Temple? Did the 8 masters intend to give him some pointers? Chiu Yiming couldn't help thinking about it, a touch of joy appearing on her face as she secretly felt happy for Yang Kai, gently nodding, "I understand." Since he was staying in the Seal Temple, his own safety was absolutely not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Then tomorrow night, the little lord said that you will be in charge of everything." Chiu Yiming suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, "Smelly man. He wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper again." Since the message has been delivered, Ingju will take his leave. Saying so, Ingju disappeared. Returning to her room, Chiu Yiming was no longer sleepy and quickly took out a pen and paper, listing the number of masters on her side and the enemy's side one by one, carefully considering all possible scenarios. Early in the morning, many cultivators walked out of their retreat, feeling refreshed, and began testing the power of their newly refined artifacts. The artifacts seized from Pujing Lake last time had all been distributed by Chiu Yiming. These days, everyone had basically been refining their artifacts and had only come out today. Chiu Yiming, who hadn't slept all night, quickly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just letting those who were named prepare for the operation that night. Hearing this news, everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation and looked excited. 2 little sisters who, "Come with us." Chiu Yiming looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mei with a smile. Hu Jiao nodded, "Good." Chiu Yiming knew that not many people from Blood Battle Gang had come this time, and even fewer masters. Chiu Yiming's arrangement was obviously to allow Blood Battle Gang to gain some credit. Lung Shan, on the other hand, said somewhat embarrassedly, "This time, I'm afraid our Ghost King Valley won't be able to participate. All of us have a martial skill we can't use for the time being." "Then I'll have to trouble you to stay." Chiu Yiming made arrangements. "Thank you," Lung Shan said gratefully. After a long time, all the forces had been properly arranged. Chiu Yiming had taken into account the mood of each of them, making sure they were all satisfied. After dispersing, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, conserve, and store up energy. He was just waiting for the night to come. Time passed quickly and night fell. It had only been a few days since the treasure-seizing battle at Pajing Lake, so no one had expected that there would be such a large-scale movement tonight. Inside Yang Wei's house, Meng Shan-yi came to Yang Wei's room and gently knocked on the door. "Eldest young master, they've already acted." The door opened. Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded slightly. "Let's move as well." "Young master, I suddenly feel that something is not quite right." "What?" "The 9th young master is going to attack the 5th young master. We are in charge of restraining the 2nd young master, but what about the 6th and 7th young masters? If they heard the news, don't tell me you won't take advantage of the situation? As long as they aren't idiots, they will definitely do so." Yang Wei nodded lightly. Then the 9th young lord sighed. Meng Shanyi's expression suddenly brightened. If that's the case, then even if the 9th young lord can defeat the 5 young lords, the 5th young lord won't be able to defeat them. There will be a fire in the backyard. Yang Wei glanced at Meng Shanyi strangely and smiled. "Shan-yi, You seem to be eager to see this scene. Are you afraid of ninth brother? Meng Shani nodded solemnly and asked, Eldest young master, aren't you worried at all? What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I could. If I'm really not as good as you, I have nothing to say. Yang Wei slowly shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. If ninth brother moves fast enough tonight and doesn't give sixth brother and seventh brother time to react, he can still ensure that his rear is safe. If he is slow, there will definitely be losses. Meng Shan Yi was startled as he carefully pondered over Yang Wei's words. He was surprised to find that even if Yang Kai's actions were slow, he would only suffer losses in the rear and would not be completely defeated. Eldest young master thinks so highly of ninth young master? However, thinking about it again, with Ingjiu and the bone shield, it wasn't impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. On this quiet and serene night, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere quietly spreading. Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Kong was concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious great artifact. The yuan qi he had poured into him over the past few days had been quite effective. As long as he was given another 5 or 6 days, he would be able to fully refine this mysterious grade low-rank artifact into his body. At that time, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level. With a mysterious grade artifact, even if he faced an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he would be able to fight back. It could be said that the result of the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake had allowed the strength of the Yang family's young lords to soar. As Yang Kong was working hard to refine this artifact, the closed door suddenly opened. Yang Kong was startled, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw a slender shadow flash a few times in the darkness. It was as if 2 daggers were flashing with a cold light as they danced towards him, shrouding him in the shadows. His skin tightened as he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Fifth young lord, be careful. Tang Yuxian's tender voice sounded in his ear as she released her exquisite soul skill. The slender figure didn't attack Yang Kong, but instead quickly retreated to the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, Yang Kong saw the appearance of this person and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. Ingjiu. Ingjiu grinned and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kong and asked, Fifth young lord, are you okay? Yang Kong was stunned for a while before gradually dispelling the throbbing fear in his heart and slowly shaking his head. I'm fine. Fortunately, Yuxian noticed in time. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian's soul skill blocking him just now, with Ingjiu's strength, he would have already captured Yang Kong. This blood warrior who could appear and disappear like a ghost was capable of sneaking in and assassinating people. It was simply too terrifying. However, Ingjiu could have tried again just now, so why did he give up? On top of that, the smile on his face before he left was also intriguing. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kong suddenly understood and slapped his thigh. You've gone too far. When a blood warrior participated in the inheritance war, they couldn't take the initiative to attack and were only responsible for passively defending. In other words, even if he had walked in front of Ingjiu just now, he couldn't have done anything to him. Ingjiu's attack was obviously just for show. He wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, Yang Kang's reaction was somewhat laughable. How could Ingjiu be safe? Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed deeply as she pondered another question. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, Tu Feng, who Yang Kong had brought with him, had also been struck by the Qi binding seal. Until now, Tu Feng had also been in retreat trying to break through the seal, but Ingjiu, who had also been struck by the Qi binding seal, had actually appeared here. Ninth brother. Yang Kang's expression became gloomy, not thinking about Ingjiu, instead hating Yang Kai to the bone. At that moment, Tang Yuxian's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face going pale. Fifth young lord, many people are coming. What? Yang Kong was shocked. Who's coming? I feel Xiao Shun's aura. There are also other masters from the Little Lord's house. It seems the Little Lord is planning to attack this place. Is he crazy? Yang Kong couldn't sit still any longer, quickly getting up and hurrying out. What was wrong with ninth brother at this time? Everyone still hadn't recovered from the losses they had suffered in the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, and now they were trying to refine that artifact. Why wasn't he staying in the house and instead doing this kind of thing that would harm others? Starting a fight at this time would not only delay the time Yang Kai needed to refine that artifact, but it would also delay his own progress in refining the artifact. What good was this to him? Even if the two brothers didn't like each other, was there a need to be so hostile? Once the others finished refining that artifact, they would undoubtedly occupy the advantage. As he hurried out, the sounds of fighting and killing immediately rang out in his ears, along with strong and weak energy fluctuations, causing Yang Kong to realize that Yang Kai was serious this time. This wasn't some kind of trick. These people, as soon as they arrived at the house, wouldn't even say a word of politeness before attacking. Outside the house, a large group of people stood in the air, centered around Qiu Yiming, nearly 200 of them. Apart from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai now had a total of 14 forces supporting him. This time, in addition to the Qiu family and Hua family, there was also the Blood Battle Gang, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Pure Heart Palace, Tian Yuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8 forces. The Qiu family's strength wasn't very strong. After all, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall weren't masters. The Hua family only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, and the Blood Battle Gang didn't have many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In addition, most of the remaining forces had 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The overall strength and number of these forces couldn't be compared to the masters in Yang Kang's house. However, Qiu Yiming was still full of confidence, because this time she had brought 2 blood warriors with her, as well as a gloomy and mysterious master, Old Demon. Qiu Yiming didn't know how powerful the Old Demon was, but she was certain that he was stronger than the blood warriors. With these 3 people, it was only a matter of time before they took down Yang Kang's house. So when they arrived, Qiu Yiming didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack. The cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were suddenly caught off guard. Amidst the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts, they were thrown off their feet, losing more than a dozen of their men in just a single exchange. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and confused. Yang Kong hadn't shown up, so these people had no backbone. Relying only on the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, they couldn't take charge of the overall situation. Young Lady Qiu, this old master and his 5 subordinates request to fight. A master from the Duanmu family said with a murderous look on his face. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.